still adjusting my settings, even as the game was booting up. Alright. Hey. It's me. I'm back. Let me adjust my microphone here. Doing this a lot. Sure, we put see until my Twitch.tv. Oh, that fizzing at the bottom of the cup? Yeah, ignore that. Wow, the moon looks full tonight. Now, hurry up and drink your wine. Anyways, yeah, hey, it's me, Universe Traveler. We're back on my normal stream schedule. We're continuing Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Last time we played this, let's see, what did we do? We broke Detective Jowd out of jail. We saved the Justice Minister from having a heart attack. We learned his daughter's been kidnapped. And, let's see. Did we do the chicken kitchen before that? Yes. Yeah? Yeah. We saved Lynn from getting crushed by a giant chicken. So now we're going to try and save the Justice Minister's daughter in the hopes that we can get Detective Jowd freed from his sentence. So, let's continue. Chapter 11, 12:10 a.m. The Justice Minister's daughter has been abducted. The kidnappers demand the execution of the death row prisoner Jowd to be carried out tonight. Lynn says the execution is a mistake, and I believe her. And so I'm paying the kidnappers' hideout a visit to see what I can find out about the abduction. What took you so long? Your instinct was right, Beauty, my dear. They had that restaurant surrounded. It took me forever to shake them, and now my poor bike is ready for the scrap heap. Next time, maybe you should make it a tricycle so you don't hurt yourself. Ouch, that hurts, Beauty, but that's okay. That's what I love about you. Be a little more gentle with our valuable hostage, please. Yes, yes. Always keep a smile on a lady's face, right, my dear? There, see that, Beauty? Now there's a smile blooming on your face too, my dear. Yes, a wry smile. I'm going out for a breath of fresh air. You're on guard duty. All right, I'll dream of you until you return. Why don't you open the trunk for our guest? I will, Beauty. I was just taking a little breather. All right, little lady, let me open that trunk for you. Beauty. It looks like the Justice Minister's daughter really has been kidnapped, and something else is bothering me too. I don't think I've ever been to this room before, but something about it is giving me a strange sense of deja vu. I've seen something like this before. How's my voice coming through? Is it too loud? I'm looking at my mixer here, and it looks a little loud. There we go. Good on my end. Okay. Oh, I should also probably mention, At some point soon here, I may have to step away because I'm expecting a delivery. Ah, there's a text message now. I'm expecting a delivery of some foodstuffs from my local grocery store. So I may be getting up and taking care of that soonish. Abandoning me? I won't say that. Just taking care of a little business. Taking something precious to manipulate others. So that's what kidnapping is. The dirty tricks those without the powers of the dead come up with. However, if I take that precious thing back, their power vanishes, doesn't it? Now then, time to see how the Justice Minister's little girl is doing, before this guy wakes up from his dream of beauty. Alright. I need to remember how the buttons work. Okay, that's that. Okay. Okay, that's the phone book. Yeah. Alright. I just need to remember what the puzzle to this room is. We had to get... Let's see. There we go. Okay, there we go. It's starting to come back to me. This is one of those things you light with fire, isn't it? As long as there's light in the room, is something like this really necessary? But if something can be lit, it kind of makes me want to light it. I need another core to reach the trunk and open it. I wonder if I can create a new core. Darn. I can't reach my destination from here. Okay, I think I need to... Okay, ball's over there now. Just my imagination. Just my imagination? That's all he has to say? What an amazingly simple fellow. This room, on the other hand, is starting to look amazingly festive. The question is, how can I use it to my advantage? Just my imagination. Just my imagination? That's all he has to say? If he was any more laid back, he'd fall right off that crate. But look at that streamer go spinning round and round. Now, how can I make use of that? Why, that's very simple, Sissel, my man. There we go. That was the wrong thing. Burn brighter. And spin faster. Well, there goes the little cap to that popper. Let's see. Now we go with the candle. We can spin this up. Nice. Oh. Just my imagination. What in the... What's going on here? This little lady is... Is this little lady really a daughter of the Justice Minister? What's with the fun book and juice? Like I said, always keep a smile on a lady's face. I wanted to treat our guest well. How about treating me well? I'd like some bread and milk, please. Man, look at him pop his booty out when he bows. That's crazy. At your service, my dear. Be back in a flash. Hey, mister? Yes, cute little lady? More juice, perhaps? All you have to do is ask. Have I been kidnapped? Don't cry, little dear. There's nothing to be afraid of. The surroundings are miserable and filthy, I know, but we just ask for a little patience. Don't say those awful things about this house. Hmm? This house is where I used to live. Oh, what? I apologize, little lady. I'm the one who's miserable and filthy. Forgive me. What's the meaning of this, Beauty? Why here at this girl's old house? Don't ask me. It was the other party in our deal who chose this location. Oh, I see. It's been empty for 5 years, and apparently nobody ever comes here. And never mind that. What about my bread and milk? Oh, of course. Now you be a good girl while I'm gone. You just read your book and drink your juice. I want to go home. Not quite yet. This dilapidated place was Camilla's old house? What's going on here? What in the world? Why does the little lady have a core of the dead? When I helped her out at Lynn's apartment, she didn't have one. So that must mean she must have died sometime after that. And it also means somebody else must have saved her. I'd better ask her what happened. A book. I wonder what the little lady is reading tonight. An exciting adventure story, maybe? Although she's already getting quite a bit of excitement for one day. Who's there? Oh, wait a minute. Is that you, Missile? Missile! I'm sorry, I'm not Missile. My name's Sissel. Sissel? My name is Camilla. Camilla. So it is her. I knew it. What happened to me? What is this place? I can hardly tell the poor lady this is the land of the dead. The land of the dead? Does that mean I'm dead? Darn. Forgot there are no secrets in the ghost world. You can relax. You're not dead. But this isn't the first time you've been here, apparently. Really? I don't remember. Wait a minute. Maybe I do remember. Sort of. You do? Looks like she doesn't remember being saved very well. So there's some other dead person out there with special powers, eh? Anyway, I don't want to press her if she doesn't remember dying. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about something else? Sure, go ahead, Sissy. Sissy, eh? Lynn asked me to do something for her tonight. I know about that part. She asked you to go to the chicken kitchen on Dead End Drive, right? There I go again. Get ready for me to call it the kitchen chicken again. Lord. I know about that part, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at tracking my thing of perishables, and I don't want anything to happen to them. That's important. Yeah, but I never got there. Never got there. Now I wish I could say I'm sorry to her. I never should have gone through that park. What park? Temsic Park. It's a shortcut to Dead End Drive. Is that where the kidnappers grabbed you? Yeah, Lynn always said, I don't like that park. Scary things happen there. Temsic Park, eh? What am I going to do? Lynn's going to be mad. She is? How come? Because I left it there. The music box, in the park. That's right, the music box. That music box was hidden in the apartment. I finally found it with a little bit of luck and courage. Guess where it was? I don't know where. I don't know. Where? I'll pretend I don't know. You know, you don't have to humor me. Oops. So what happened to the music box? I hid it in the bushes at the park, just before it happened. Just before? Oh, just before you were kidnapped, huh? I didn't want the bad man to take it, so I hid it. I bet it's still there in the park. You did well. So the music box is in the park. I'd better let Lynn know. This is your old house? Yep, this is where we lived until 5 years ago. But now I live with Lynn and Missile. Lynn is like a big sister to you, isn't she? Yep, she's a detective, you know. She's a hero. She is, huh? By the way, about your father. Is he the Justice Minister? My father is gone. Gone? Maybe he passed away? No, that's not it. My dad, he's going to die, and it's all because of me. What? What do you mean because of me? Why would you say that? It's called an execution. My dad is a detective. No way. Don't tell me your father is Detective Jowd. That's right. What in the world? 5 years ago, something really bad happened. Like a scary dream. But it wasn't a dream. 5 years ago. That murder case. It was my mom's birthday that day. My mom and dad were working and I was home by myself. And then I had an idea. I was going to surprise my mom. I set up that contraption. I'm home, Camilla. Why is it dark? Mom! Mom! What was that noise? I still can't believe it happened. It wasn't supposed to work like that. I know that contraption, and I know how it was supposed to work. Party poppers and a cake, a birthday message. My dad told me not to tell anybody. Just leave it to me, he said. My dad wanted to be executed. He asked them for it. But I wanted to tell everybody it was my fault. My dad said that what I saw was a bad dream. He told me to forget it. This is all so unbelievably tragic. I can't believe it. This little lady is Detective Jowd's daughter? Just can't tell her. Can't tell her why she was kidnapped. Why was I kidnapped? I want to know. Oops. There are no secrets in the ghost world. Maybe we'd better stop talking. It's too dangerous. Sissy, you're not going to talk to me anymore? I think we'd better get you out of here first. We can talk more after that. Okay, but I'm going to rescue you now. You just hold on a little longer, alright? Okay, but we'll talk later, right? Don't forget, you promised, Sissy. Updated the phone book. What took you so long? I traveled the entire town in search of the finest bread and milk for you, my dear. But it's late, and all the shops are closed. We're leaving this place right now. What? But he is not here yet. If we couldn't meet at the restaurant, weren't we supposed to meet him here? Yes, and he's the one who chose this location. I don't like this one bit. We have to run around and doing all this. We have to run around doing all this extra work, all for the sake of this deal. Be quiet. It can't be helped. This place is too dangerous. I told you, my sixth sense is very strong. Alright, as you wish, Beauty. I feel it. I sense something here in this room. Is somebody there? Can you hear me? Is she talking to me? I can sense your presence, you know. The next time I sense you, this child will die. Remember that. Excuse me. Alright, we're leaving. Pardon me, little lady. All of a sudden, I'm left behind alone. Alone in the room that stole that little lady's smile away 5 years ago. The little lady is gone now, leaving me with only a few new facts. A few very heavy, very sad facts. Does Lynn know about all this? One other thing stands out in my mind. I can sense your presence. The sum of that kidnapper's final words. Do those two know? Do the kidnappers know about the powers of the dead? Awesome. 12:10 to 12:25. Man, my thing's not here yet. Harumph. New illustration. And we got Beauty and the Dandy. We got Camilla's illustration. Yep. Do we save? And we'll keep going. Chapter 12. 12:25 a.m. It looks like the kidnappers made a big mistake. The girl in the trunk was Detective Jowd's daughter, Camilla. not the minister's daughter. When I got back to the Justice Minister's office, things were getting even more out of hand. The devastated man was being grilled by the fiery detective lady. I told Lynn what I had found out about the kidnapping. That it wasn't the Justice Minister's daughter who had been abducted. That the kidnappers had been holed up in Camilla's old house, and that they sensed my presence and were already gone. But Camilla? Why do they have Camilla? Her father isn't the stupid old Justice Minister. I think the stupid old part is a little uncalled for. Looks like the kidnappers made a mistake somehow. The poor girl, kidnapped for the ransom of her own father's execution. It's just too much. It's a cruel twist of fate, I agree. And then there are those other twists too, like the kidnappers winding up and using Camilla's old house as their hideout. There's no way it could be just a coincidence. And then, sensing my presence, they seem to know about the powers of the dead. I don't just understand any of it. I told you before, Detective. I want you to stand back. Who cares about distance at a time like this? Look, Mr. Minister, it wasn't your daughter that was kidnapped. Don't try to pretend you didn't hear what we were saying. Ah! How can I believe you? I'm a realist! Please, if you don't believe what we say, see for yourself. Just call home and... I tried calling you 100 times. My wife won't answer. She won't? It's complicated. Oh, why does life have to be such a complicated thing? But if she doesn't answer, doesn't that mean everything's normal? It doesn't prove it! And I'm being watched. I can't have the police go check for me. Besides, if the execution isn't carried out tonight, the hostage will be killed. What difference does it make that it's not my daughter? Hoo-wee! That's quite a pickle, Mr. Minister. Quite a pickle. Miss me, baby? Yeah, I'm gonna want to sit up right. There we go. Inspector Cabanela! I have a little report for you, Mr. Minister. The escaped prisoner has been apprehended. Thought you might like to see him, so here he is. Ooh, time for everyone to turn to Elvis. Yup. Detective Jowd, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I tried. I know that you're innocent. I just can't prove it. I'm so sorry. Lynn, please don't apologize to me. Oh, the beautiful love between a teacher and student brings a tear to my eye. You knew, didn't you, Inspector Cabanela, that the execution was tonight? I don't believe I had any obligation to tell you. And you're fine with this? I mean, you know as well as I do. Detective Jowd could never have done such a thing. Oh, come on now, baby. I know no such thing. Huh? I know two things to be true and two things only. One, he was given the death penalty, and two, he tried to escape. What else could I do but haul him in, baby? If that's the case, why did you bring him here? Whatever do you mean, young lady? He escaped from prison, right? So why didn't you just take him back to the prison? I think you only brought him here to brag about your accomplishment. Isn't that right, Inspector? For your own selfish reasons? So were all those rumors about you true? That the only thing you care about is a spotless record? Is that more important to you than saving a friend? Everybody has certain principles they can't go back on, including me. You'll understand that someday, baby. That's enough, Lynn. But, Detective Jowd... I'm a death row inmate who escaped from the prison. This is how it should be. But... Oh man, I thought I would get Sissel's thoughts again, but I guess I hit the wrong thing. Oops. Talk to Jowd. So, Mr. Ghost, we meet again. I hear something happened. Something about a kidnapping? Some kidnappers are saying they abducted the Justice Minister's daughter. That's terrible. What's their demand? The carrying out of your execution tonight. I had no idea I was so hated. But the minister doesn't have to worry. I die and it's all over. Very simple. It's not that simple. Why not? Because it isn't really the minister's daughter who got kidnapped. It's Camilla. What? Camilla? I checked it out for myself. I'm positive. No, it can't be. And by the way, Camilla told me something interesting. She said the one who killed her mother 5 years ago was Camilla herself. What? What are you talking about? Don't listen to him. I'm the one who shot her. I'm the one who shot Alma. And when I'm executed tonight, that will be the end of it. Camilla won't have to suffer any more after tonight. For a capable detective, you say some incredibly misguided things. You dying isn't going to end that girl's suffering. It'll just bring her new suffering. The only person's pain this execution is going to ease is yours. Is it true, what Camilla said? Why don't you tell us what you know? Oh. Hold up. My thing arrived. Hold on, Detective Jowd. Save that explanation for a minute. I gotta go grab my stuff. Oh man. I'm gonna have... Okay, one thing... Okay, so I'm just gonna put you on the Be Right Back screen. I really wish I could put the Elgato... I'm gonna have to fiddle with this a little later, but I need to put the Elgato screen on my Be Right Back screen so that way the BGM can play when it's on Be Right Back. Because... Hang on, I'm gonna... Let me find some... Let me... Hang on. Since I don't want y'all sitting in silence. Hang on. Lower this down just a smidge. All right. That seems good. I'll be right back. Also, I need to... Okay, there we go. Alright. Got everything pretty much relatively situated. Had to put some stuff in the freezer and the fridge. And I didn't want it to sit out in the heat because that would be bad. And it would go bad. Anyways. We're pretty much set for now. Unless you want me to grab my lunch and eat it on stream, which I don't really want to do. I mean, we're building up a pretty decent head of steam here, and I'd rather just focus on the game right now. Alright, the murder 5 years ago. To be honest, I still don't understand what happened that day. It was my wife's, Alma's, birthday. We came home from work, and she went in first. Look who's come crawling back. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. You can talk about real cool character ideas. There's still plenty of stream left. Relax. Calm down. Control yourself. Take a deep breath. I looked for the shooter, but there was nobody to be found. There was nobody there besides Alma and Camilla. Just the two of them. So the little lady's mother died right in front of her. Oh my, that's so horrible. Camilla told me about it. She was crying. She said the contraption she made did something it wasn't supposed to. Made an impossible move. An impossible move? It's been 5 years since then. I stopped thinking about it. I shot Alma. There's no other explanation. That's what I'd convinced everyone of. Even me. But tonight, you showed up and gave me an explanation I never would have thought of before. The powers of the dead, right? That day, in that room, powers that I didn't understand were at work. And if that's the case, it clears up all the mysteries. Maybe not all. There are a couple of people who know about those powers. The kidnappers who abducted Camilla knew about those powers. This is no ordinary kidnapping. It looks like my wife's case isn't coming to an end after all. I'm the only one who thought it was. Detective Jowd, there's still time before dawn. A little, anyway. How about you see this case through to the end before you die? Camilla was a quiet little girl, but she was good with her hands. She was a little genius at making elaborate toys and contraptions. But there are two very strange points about that contraption. The first was, of course, the firing of that gun. Right. That was an antique gun that I'd had on display for years. So it wasn't part of the little lady's original design. Of course it wasn't. It was supposed to be a surprise for her mother's birthday. And the other strange point was the movement of that Cupid. Cupid? It was supposed to shoot its arrow without turning around. Somebody made a change to the contraption's design and then manipulated it. I don't know what to say. I didn't have time to think things through then. All I knew was I had to protect Camilla. I made a small adjustment to the scene and turned myself in. What kind of adjustment? The gun, of course. The gun, eh? Come to think of it. There was no gun there, just a picture hanging on the wall. Of course not, because I secretly switched the gun out of that frame with the picture. I didn't believe what she told me about her contraption. But one thing was for certain. That gun was still smoking. So the gun really did shoot Alma. I hid the gun before I went to the police. You hid it? I put it in a wooden box and gave it to a certain detective. What? You mean... And that detective still thinks it's a music box. So that's what was in the box, huh? I got a different weapon ready to give to the police. My own pistol. And I did a few other things to make it look good. I won't go into the details. When I was all done, I turned myself in. Detective Jowd, is what you told us just now true? Yes, of course. In that case, there's still time. Still time? Time to solve the case that started 5 years ago. You didn't do it, Detective Jowd. And of course, little Camilla didn't do it either. So the true perpetrator is still out there, and I'm going to prove it. For Camilla's sake! That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Detective Jowd. Lynn, where is that music box now? In Temsic Park. Camilla left it there. That gun is important evidence. You'd better go pick it up. Yes, sir. I'll go right now. Sissel, take care of Detective Jowd. And do something about the kidnapping so we can get the minister on our side. And yet again, I say, easy enough for you to say. What's going on? Do me the deal, Mr. Death Row inmate. A little change in plans. My daughter has been kidnapped. I can't just go off to die without doing something. But you're in our custody, don't forget. Back at the prison, everything waiting for you with a special seat just for you, baby. Everybody's waiting. Then I guess we'd better prove my innocence on the double. On the double, is it? You sound so determined, my old friend. I want to save Camilla in more ways than one, and that's all there is to it. I see, my old friend, in more ways than one. What say you, Mr. Minister? May we have your decision? Should the execution be carried out tonight, as planned? Or should we hold off and wait for this important evidence to come in? The order still stands. Bring the prisoner back immediately and resume the enforcement. As you wish, Your Excellency. Please don't bow to me, and especially not that low. In that case, can I have one of our boys arrange a... In that case, can I have one of your boys arrange a prison van to pick him up? Would you be so kind?
Yes, sir.
The van should be 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Your escape tonight was brilliant. Will you show me another miracle in these last few minutes of yours, Mr. Death Row inmate? I'm glad to see Detective Jowd all fired up now. I feel like I'm under the gun here. Even if Lynn does come through with the proof of Jowd's innocence, it will be meaningless if Jowd or Camilla dies. I've got to do something about that kidnapping. Somehow. Maybe I should ask for some advice from the capable detective here. The police should have easily been able to tell the bullet came from a specific gun. Yeah, there's a bit of suspension of disbelief when it comes to some of the aspects of the incident. So it's like, you kind of just have to accept the fact that it's like, oh, I guess those two guns would have the same kind of bullet or whatever, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. And, you know, they kind of hand wave away, like, the fingerprints aspect of it. There's a lot of stuff that they kind of just they, like, cram into one line where, you know, Detective Jowd says, oh, I just took care of it, I don't need to go into the details. So it's like they kind of, you know, hand wave that away. But, yeah, it's totally true. A gun like that, I don't know, those things, like, shoot milk duds. Also, the fact that it's on the wall loaded is, you know, kind of a thing. Normally, you don't do that. Most likely... Oh, there we go again. Most likely, the minister won't stop the execution. Not as long as there's any small chance his daughter is the one who was kidnapped. But she isn't the one. I'm sure of it. Well, it would be great if we could prove that to the minister. Prove it? How? I doubt his wife is ever going to answer the phone if we call from here. If we call from here, right. But a telephone works in both directions. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, only family members can solve a family problem. Hey, Mr. Ghost. Yes? I have to admit, I don't like depending on others, but you're the only one who can change this situation. Gee, Detective. For these past 5 years, Camilla is the only thing that kept me going. I can't go meekly to the chair now. I hate to ask this, but would you mind saving me? I'll try. The key to getting the Justice Minister to stop the execution is his wife and daughter. But is there a way? Excuse me, Mr. Minister? I can't hear you, la 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 la. I'm sure you heard everything we've been saying. Are you telling me you don't believe any of it? Let me speak plainly. I don't trust you, but there's somebody else whom I trust even less. Oh yeah? Who's that? Me! I can't explain your existence. That's not normal. But I'm pretty abnormal myself. So maybe you're a figment of my imagination. A delusion! Would you listen to a delusion? To be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. I got the bit about you not trusting me, though. Good! Yeah, okay. We're gonna stop by the junkyard real quick. We gotta go tell Ray about all our adventures so far. Hey, why so quiet? Ray? What's going on? Maybe he isn't here anymore? Huh. Guess he's gone. Let's see, can't go there. I summoned Satan to cast some dark magic to set it all up. Yeah, I asked him to do this one specific thing. Yep, there's the detective still looking for Camilla. Let's go check in on our two favorite guards. The chief is on his way over here. What's he gonna come now for? Well, because the death row inmate escaped, of course. Oh, I'd hate to be in your shoes right now, Bailey. You're in charge, after all. Ah! Me? Oh, why did I ever have to become a prison guard? I never would have taken a job like this if I knew the prisoners might escape. Wow, unbelievable. Yes, I know, right? It is unbelievable. External line. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Basement, kitchen, courtyard. Nothing's there. Nope, they're not there anymore. We're here in the guard room. We'll go to the... Yeah, we'll go to special investigation. Then we'll go to the super's office, and then we'll head to the ladies' apartment. I guess the chief went out. Didn't even put on his shoes. Did something happen? I kind of went there out of order. Looks like the old pigeon guy decided to go somewhere else. There's something very off about this place. Old dusty junk, side by side with well-maintained equipment. Anyway, doesn't look like things are going to change here much for a while. Alright. Let's go to the red apartment. Just as I thought. This little girl is safe in her bed. Murder, execution, jailbreak, betrayal, and now kidnapping. The last link in the long chain of a sad fate lit a fire in Joud's heart, and the chance to turn it all around is right here in this room. I'm getting a strange premonition. Everything that happened so far tonight has related back to me in some way, and I bet this mistaken-ridden abduction does too. Nice. And we got Cabanella's theme. Save the game. Yeah, see, some of these chapters aren't too long. Chapter 13, 12:51 a.m. So it's like, we'll get close to the end, I think, this stream. I visited the novelist's apartment again. I'm hoping to be able to do something about this mistaken identity kidnapping. As long as there's any possibility that it could be his own daughter who was kidnapped, I doubt the Justice Minister will call off the execution tonight. The key to dispelling the Minister's doubts is now in bed, coughing, and now I need to use this key before that prison van arrives to pick up our death row inmate. Oh, my darling angel. Oh, just listen to that cough. You naughty thing. Did you leave your nice warm bed to go out into the night to play? A daughter after my own heart, but I must confess, I didn't even notice you were gone. You know, I was about to say, it's despite the fact that she's really quirky, the mom still cares about the daughter. And then she said that, and yeah. You're like 75%. Ma'am. I didn't go out to play. I went to buy Papa a birthday present. He said he wanted a new lighter. But that's no reason to go out this late at night. But my fever finally went down. I could barely move before that. But look what it brought you. Your fever is worse now than ever. Here is to the feverish passion of my darling angel. Mama. Yes, darling? Let's call Papa and wish him a happy birthday, even though it's already past midnight. Not tonight, Amelie. I hate you! Let this kid get a lighter. What is this, the UK? You know? It wouldn't surprise me if this fictional country is like a cross between the US and the UK. Would not surprise me in the slightest. Although, is that a thing you can do? Can you just buy lighters in the UK despite your age? I guess you could probably do that in the US too. I don't know, but I feel like that would raise some eyebrows though. It looks like this little girl was safe all along. I already knew that, but I'm still relieved all the same. There's another lucky development too. Amelie wants to call her father. Now if I can just make use of that feeling somehow. That would surely bring the Justice Minister around. Somehow kids' teams manage to smoke pretty easily. It's not legal, I know that. Wow. You know, I feel like I don't have that much room to talk because literally this is the United States. It's like there are people that I feel that are way too young that like smoke weed. So it's like, I don't know. People getting their hands on cigarettes just doesn't really surprise me that much. In another country, no less. Amelie, I told you tonight you couldn't call him. Why not? Listen to me, Amelie. Your father is about to make a big mistake. I want him to reconsider. What do you know about it, Mama? He's the one who's the Justice Minister, you know. All you do is write weird novels. How do you mean weird? How dare you disparage my romantic expressions? Now you've really made me angry, you really have. How do you expect me to forgive such an insult? Her hair opened up. I hate you. There. I'll be keeping my eye on you now, so you won't do anything else mischievous. Like calling your father. I hate you. I can hear you, you know. Whew, what a pair. I don't know what this family's issues are, but I do know I have to do something about... Oh, excuse me. Ooh, hiccups. But I do know I have to do something about this lady so Amelie can call. Smoking is fucking huge here. No matter where you are, there's at least 3 people smoking. That's pretty nuts. Because I know here in the States, people tend to smoke a lot, but I think it's because we have so many like designated smoking areas nowadays. You know, you like had to go out of your way to actually find people smoking. I mean, like, who smokes nowadays? Usually it's vaping or smoking weed. People usually do that at home. Or, I mean, if you're like some people that I know, they fucking smoke and they light it up at work and then get in trouble because they're morons. Alright. He's a rat! Do I? Hold on. Now I need to... I don't think I can actually access my... The one thing about BTTV that kind of irks me is I can't access the BTTV emotes from my stream manager. I actually have to load up the stream itself. That bugs me. But I think I have Rat Jam on my dashboard. Actually, I can figure this out right here. Actually, I have the tab. Do I have Rat Jam? No, I don't. I have Cat Jam. Yeah, I have Cat Jam. I don't have Rat Jam. Oh well. Mama, what is Papa about to do? Never mind. Nothing you need to know right now, Amelie. Why is everything always such a big secret? I'm part of this family too, you know. It's not something for children's ears. You'll understand someday. I don't want to know someday. I want to know now. It's not fair. You just don't want to tell me. I just want to wish Papa a happy birthday. Not tonight. If it was up to me, I'd let her call him. Alright, so there's a lot to this one. Lady's Dictionary. Wasn't this on her desk before? Poor thing. Destined to never be returned to the bookshelves. There is a thing to this. I forget what the order is. Does it have something to do with the rat first? Well, well, having a good time, are we, little rodent? Sweet dreams! Oh my god! Did you fancy the vintage, my whiskered friend? She's more powerful than I thought. Looks like she tipped the wall candelabra to one side, too. The angle of those candles. I get the feeling I've seen something very similar to that quite recently. I better not put the lamp out right now. It will only pour oil on the flames of anger in this lady's heart. If I want to give Amelie a chance to use the telephone, I have to think of a way to keep her mother out of the way. Oh. Yeah, that one was my fault. Sorry, rat. Oh, heavens. A blackout at a critical time like this? All this talking is actually loosening up the crap in my throat. Hooray. Of course, dim lights suit my story of love very well, but I, myself, am not very fond of the dark. Once, in fact, my mom smokes. Cigars specifically. Yeah, he does seem like a cigar chomping kind of guy. This chandelier just narrowly missed the back of my head. I love the thrill of romance, but I don't need these kinds of thrills, thank you. Ugh. Why would you do that? Also, crank it. Ah, what a wonderful atmosphere. Perfect for a clandestine meeting in the dusky twilight. Don't exactly know how this situation came about, but I think I owe that rat an apology. The rat seems to be unconscious. And now that the room has changed into this, maybe I can use it somehow. Alright. That rat is fucking dead. Yeah. After getting hit and then electrocuted, yeah. No doubt that rat would, like, the rat would be fucking dead. No shot, still alive. Okay, can't do anything with the hoist. Yeah, you can make the chandelier burn brighter, but we don't need to worry about that now. What a naughty chandelier. God, look at her go. Such insolence! This lady is surprisingly quick. She dodged that thing like a pro. Guess I better get serious here. Is it insolence or insulation? Whatever, I'll look it up tomorrow. But your deadline's tonight, lady. Well, I guess if she sends it into her editor will probably correct it. Whatever. It's not important right now. We gotta try and beam this lady with a chandelier. That was close. Yeek! Amelie! Amelie, help me! Oh, I got a trophy for that? Cool. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm too dizzy. I can't get up. I'm afraid I can't help you right now. Here's to the weakness of my darling angel. That chandelier is on there tighter than her wedding band. She won't be able to escape on her own. Well, we're not done yet. Up we go! Help! 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 What is going on here? Amelie, look! Do you see this? Help me, please! Sorry. I'm too sick. I can't get out of bed. My head is spinning, so I guess you'll just have to stay up there spinning too. I can't believe I nailed that on my second try. Because usually when I first played this, it took me like a few times to actually get her right in the middle of the chandelier. And it's actually, and Sizzle kind of gets a little frustrated if you miss it a few times. It's really funny. Underswap Marge Simpson. Yeah.
Amelie, help me, please.
I can't do Marge Simpson. I'm sorry. I can't do that like husky voice that she has. Looks like this lady won't be going anywhere for a while. Now the little girl can call her father. The only trouble is, the only trouble is she can't reach it. Guess I'll just have to deliver it to her. Oh, that's right. The angle of those candles. I saw something very similar just recently, didn't I? Yep. And now we're gonna burn brighter. This poor woman is going to have a terrible night. And now the rat's on fire. Now I really owe that poor rat an apology. This might be a really good chance for me too. I have to get that phone to Amelie. Mama! What in the world is going on here? Oh, goody. Excuse me a minute while I call Papa, okay, Mama? I'll only be a minute. Arrgh! Don't you dare, Amelie. I won't have it. Get me down. Hello, Papa. Amelie, is that you? Of course it is, silly. What did you think? But I heard they said you were... No, never mind. It's nothing. Silly old Papa. Happy birthday, Papa. Birthday? Oh, right. It was my birthday today, wasn't it? I'm sorry we couldn't celebrate tonight. Thanks to mean old Mama. Oh, your mean old Mama. I mean, your mother. What is she up to right now? Well, she's certainly up all right. My stubborn mother is kind of tied up at the moment. Get me down! She needs to be taught a lesson for causing us so much trouble. No, Amelie. I'm the one who was wrong. Huh? Could you tell your mother I'm sorry? What do you have to be sorry about? I was just about to make a terrible mistake. But it's all right now. Wow. His furrows cleared up real quick. Oh, okay. You're still young. There's a lot I can't tell you right now. The job of Justice Minister is very complicated, you see. Okay. But just remember, you're always the most important thing to your mother and me. Did you do something naughty to your mother? If you did, I want you to apologize. I don't think I did anything, but okay, I'll apologize. That's a good girl. Okay, Papa. Have a good night. I love you. I love you too, Amelie. Good night, sweetheart. Damn, he kinda, when he smiles. Yeah, he actually looks like kinda handsome when he's not stressed out of his freaking gourd. Mama? I'm sorry. My goodness, why the sudden change? I guess I was wrong about you. I didn't understand. Oh, Amelie. I thought all you ever did was write these weird novels. That makes me a little sad. Papa said the job of Justice Minister was complicated. Yes, your father's job is very complicated and difficult. That's why I couldn't talk to you about most of it. But you're right, I shouldn't treat you like a little girl, like such a little girl anymore. You're growing up after all. And I promise to stop calling your novels weird and to try actually reading them. What? Oh, maybe you'd better wait until you're a little older for that. Okay. So, Amelie, if you're feeling a little more charitable toward your old mama, do you think you could let me down now? You know, I would love to do that, but I'm feeling too dizzy and sick right now. Dead. Tonight, on this holiest of nights, my deadline. It looks like the only thing pressing on me will be this chandelier. Here's to Papa and Mama's darling angel. All of a sudden, everybody is getting along again. Such an abrupt change, I can't understand it. Is this what family is all about? In any case, the situation has changed dramatically now. I just hope the mysteries of me can be cleared up as quickly as the furrows on the minister's brow. I don't know where Camilla is, but at least now the Justice Minister's doubts are dispelled. I think I'll go back to his office, where everybody is waiting for the present van. The minister's family now has their smiles and harmony back, but Camilla is still in the hands of the kidnappers. I decided to go back to the Justice Minister's office. Surprisingly, the minister's brow is still just as furrowed as ever, quite unlike a father who has just learned his daughter is safe. He seems to still be in the depths of despair. The atmosphere in this room is very different now. It seems to have an air of unfocused anxiety. I get the feeling something big is going to happen. I just found out that my daughter is safe. I'd like to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for my daughter's sake, and for mine. No need to thank us, Mr. Minister. It was nothing. What did he do? But one question. I can't help but notice your daughter is safe. And yet you still look unhappy. How about a little smile for us? Of course, there is still the matter of the other kidnapping victim. But is that really the only thing that troubles you, Mr. Minister? Please, let me think in peace until the prison van arrives. I wonder if Lynn is at the park yet. Until we get a report, I guess I'll just have to wait here. The continued distress of the ministers. Is there really something more to it, like the inspector in white said? Seems to me the Justice Minister has some kind of big problem on his mind. Why don't you try talking to him instead of me? I don't even think he's ready to acknowledge my existence yet. He's an anxious fellow, yes, but I bet he knows when to accept the truth. Would his face be so furrowed otherwise? What does one have to do with the other? Hello, Justice Minister. How about you finally admit I do exist? That thank you I expressed. That was meant for you. You're a ghost, aren't you? And you have the power to control and manipulate people, don't you? No, I don't have that kind of power. I can't control you. We've actually known, you know, for quite a while now. But I had no idea they were the powers of the dead, of ghosts. Known? Known about what? We knew about the existence of somebody who could control others, a manipulator. What's this? That's why your execution order caused me such anguish, Detective Jowd. Mr. Minister, why don't you just tell us everything you know? Yes, I suppose I should. You need to hear it all. All about the huge mistake this foolish man made. There are some cases in this country right now that are under a top-secret investigation. Of course, you wouldn't have known about them, Detective Jowd. Right. They don't share too much top-secret information with the inmates in prison. There are 3 prisoners, including you, in the special prison you just escaped from. All 3 cases have certain points in common. They do they? Tell us more. The rock singer who leaked national secrets in his lyrics during a TV broadcast. The curry-loving fellow who took the chief commissioner hostage at the Metro Police Department. Neither of these men had a motive for their crime, and both of their crimes were impossible. Impossible? The curry lover had no way of knowing how to infiltrate the commissioner's office, and the rock singer had no way of knowing the national secrets he leaked. The Special Investigation Unit submitted an investigative report on them. They concluded that these men's criminal acts were not of their own volition. But how could that be? The theory the unit came up with was the existence of a manipulator. A manipulator, huh? That's when the special prison was established as a facility to research that theory. Some unknown power has been at work. These past several years, Inspector Cabanela has been studying these cases. He has he? Manipulating somebody into committing a criminal act. According to the inspector, the first case of its kind was a locked room murder involving our nation's best detective. Are you trying to say I was manipulated somehow into shooting Alma? I appreciate the theory, but unfortunately, I don't recall being controlled by anybody. It's just not possible to manipulate another's behavior like that. My powers certainly don't work on living creatures. That's what I thought when I first heard the theory too. However, I was seriously mistaken, and it proved to be a big mistake. What? You mentioned a mistake. Could you tell us about it? I suppose everybody here has the right to know. Alright, fine. I'll speak out loud so that Inspector Cabanela can hear this too. There's something I'd like the 2 of you to hear. It's about a mistake I made. Inspector Cabanela, when you first made that report about a manipulator, I'm afraid I didn't believe it at all. Impossible, I thought. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Minister. But I was wrong. That kind of power does exist. And I learned the truth of that firsthand. What's this? A month ago, I signed the order to carry out Detective Jowd's execution. However, that act wasn't of my own volition. I was being controlled. What? You never told me about this, Mr. Minister. What's going on? This document, what am I doing? No, I mustn't sign it. Wait, don't deliver that document! Wow, sir, you're being awfully fidgety today. That's when it started. That's when all my fear, despair, and suffering began. At the time, it didn't even cross my mind that I had been manipulated. My memory of the event was only hazy at best. So the memory of being manipulated doesn't clearly remain, eh? Signing execution orders is part of a justice minister's job. At the time, I just thought my psyche was rebelling against the task. But the next day, it dawned on me. I remembered Inspector Cabanella's report on the existence of a manipulator. As a minister of justice, I couldn't admit what had happened to me. I only signed the execution order because I was being controlled. If something like that got out, this nation's judicial system would crumble. Besides, I had no evidence to present that had actually been controlled, so in the end I couldn't admit to anybody what had happened. I suppose, but it sounds a bit like an excuse. You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. Yes, I know. I should have. I was running away from the problem. And then my wife found out. I was worried about something. Well, if you go around with an expression like that, I guess it's bound to happen. I explained it to her, and she was dead set against the way I was handling it. If you don't withdraw that order and tell everyone the truth immediately, I'm moving out. And then, with the kidnapping tonight, with it thrust under my nose like that, I could no longer deny my mistake. This manipulator comes upon us from somewhere unseen. That's why I've been keeping my distance from everybody. So that's why you've been telling people to stay back. So there's somebody else besides me with the powers of the dead. I'm fine with that. After all, I already knew about a certain desk lamp. What I'm not fine with is the fact that person can control and manipulate living creatures. That's certainly not something I can do. Apparently, different ghosts get different ghost tricks. But I never imagined that tonight I would find out where this kind of power comes from. Where it comes from? Inspector Cabanella, this manipulator is a ghost, a departed spirit. A spirit? As a matter of fact, there's a ghost talking to us right now. What? What did you say? Jowd, don't tell me you can hear this ghost too! I'd say the only person who can't hear him is you. Spirit? Ghost? Gods in heaven. Hey, excuse me, Mr. Minister. I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to. I recommend you think long and hard before making your final decision, sir. Inspector! This is Lynn. I'm at the park. We've been waiting to hear from you. Have you found the evidence? Well, the situation here is, it's kind of difficult to explain. Sissel, if you're there, come to the park immediately. Oh my, he scribbled all over it. Yeah. I guess anything can count for a signature from the Justice Minister. It looks like your help is needed, Sissel. Yeah, I guess so, huh? I never saw that coming. The minister is being controlled, huh? I'm truly sorry, Detective Jowd. I have no excuse to offer you. You know, maybe it was all for the best. What do you mean? If you had never been manipulated, you never would have believed the power existed. After all, you're a realist, right? Just goes to show you. You never know when even the worst things can turn out good. Detective Jowd, I don't even know what to say. Alright, Sissel, you better go help Lynn. She's a good kid, but she's got a habit of taking on other people's problems. Yeah, I know. Let's see, she's in Temsic Park, eh? I knew, actually, right from the beginning. Knew what? That you saved my life, the first time we met tonight. Oh, that. When I talked about that miserable, pathetic, short-sighted, disgraceful man, I knew I was talking about me. I hated who I had become. But you helped me appreciate the truth. Now I truly understand the wonderful support I've been getting from so many, including that of my loving family. I'm glad to hear that. I'm starting to realize what a lucky man I am, and it's all thanks to you. Aw, you were able to help him out. Oh, no, wait! Sissel! I wonder why the inspector in white went running out like that. But I'm more concerned about Lynn. She looked really upset. I better go see her, fast. Alright, we'll make a quick pit stop to the junkyard. Check in on Ray, see if he's really gone. Psst. Hey Ray, are you there? I guess he's gone. Don't tell me. He ceased to exist? No, Ray. Lynn calls, and I oblige. I take off toward Temsic Park, a place where clearly something big is taking place. The manipulator, the person whose very existence sheds new light on everything. Detective Jowd's crime, the execution orders, and even my own death. Could it be? Could Lynn have been manipulated into shooting me? I have my own predictions, but I will not say in case I'm right. It's a good call. But I love this story. It's so good. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. We're only like an hour and a half. Chapter 14. And we're... Wait, did that... That said 1:28 p.m. This isn't the afternoon. What? Actually, this game's terrible. It's trash. 0 out of 10. I don't recommend playing it. For legal reasons, that is a joke. Please play this game and give it support. This game is amazing. It's good. It's great. Please. Please, please, please support it. Temsic Park. The site of the little lady Camilla's abduction tonight. And the place where an important piece of evidence, the music box, was hidden. Wonder why our lady detective is looking so dejected. At least she isn't dead. But what did she find? This game sucks, actually. Never played. If you do, I do recommend it. If you're at all curious, play the game. Even after we finish this stream and you finally have the story revealed and all that, just play the game again. Do it again. Play it. It's good. It's on all platforms. It's on PC. It's on PS4, PS5. I think it's on all versions of Xbox. And it's on the Switch. So, if platform of choice is an excuse that, might be preventing you from playing it, it's not. It's like on everything. Even though I do recommend at least playing the DS version because it's a different experience and the game was built for that hardware in mind. This remaster is it's still a good way to experience the game. You're not missing too much from this, and this does include the iPad version, the exclusives from that version of the game in here. So, you know, this version, you can't go wrong with this version. It's still good. Oh, the van's gone. And so's the detective. Huh? What's he doing here? Let me spend a moment with you, my love. The world will not end if the food delivery is a little late. La la la. Man, could you imagine if your food was late because your Dasher or your Uber Eats just went to the park to swing on a swing set? Redonkulous. A little late. It's already ice cold. Okay, do I have to wait for him to... Okay, there we go. Alright, here we go. Hold on tight, buddy. Spin the globe. Phew, I got this thing spinning pretty fast. I didn't even put much effort into it. This is quite a bit of power and speed for a piece of playground equipment. I can just imagine all the poor kids who get sent flying all over the park. Yeah, that's how, like, equipment in the old days used to go. It's like, you didn't care if it was dangerous for kids. Rustle a love letter. No, that didn't go very far. Let's go over here. Huh. Oh, there we go. Huh. Well, Lynn isn't dead, but some other redhead is dead. And it's not me. Oh, there you are, Sissel. From your dejected expression, I gather you didn't find what you were looking for? Right, I couldn't find the music box anywhere, but I found something else instead. Something horrible. Horrible? What is it? There in the grass. You better see for yourself. Looks like a dead body. I nearly died when I saw it. And I suppose now that we found it, we can't just leave it there, can we? Nope, I suppose not. So like you, to come looking for a music box and find a dead body instead. What can I say? I'm a detective. Meaning... Well, a detective goes over everything with a fine-toothed comb, right? So there you go. Fine-toothed comb or none, you were bound to run across it. I mean, it is pretty obvious. Anyways, go on, Sissel, get to it. What am I, your bloodhound? Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the rock of the gods. You there! You're talking to me, aren't you? I have some leaflets for you. Leaflets I know you'll be very interested in. I urge you to peruse it thoroughly. Examine it in detail. Sorry, I only have Hell's #1 console. What would that be? The Amiga? Commodore 64? The Odyssey? 3DO? Never mind that right now. Do you remember your name? My name? My name? What does my name matter when there are more important things to worry about? You know, it's funny. There are so many characters in this game that are so memorable, they stand out, they have great designs, and none of them have any name at all. They're just a guy. Just a guy. Also, I forgot to check the phone book after it got updated. I probably should do that at some point. What does my name matter when there are more important things to worry about? Okay. Come now and study these tracts with me, my brother. Come and learn about the Rock of the Gods with me. Oh god, he's an evangelist. Oh no. Oh no. The night is no longer young. As a matter of fact, daybreak is approaching, but we are young. Daybreak? It's like 1:30 p.m. That happened already. Melon Corp play machine. I don't know what kind of console that is. Does it have any games on it? How many games? Does it have like cross-platform capabilities? Backwards compatibility? Are there different versions? Look, I don't have time to get involved in your way of life, but I am interested in your way of death. So let's go back to 4 minutes before your death. It's rewind time. Four minutes before death, Temsic Park. It's essentially the Atari. Oh, wow. You guys are really behind. And so I made up my mind. I resolved to live here in this park and defend it. Okay. And what does that have to do with this Rock of the Gods you mentioned? You still don't appear to understand. It's written quite clearly in the 4th leaflet in great detail. Excuse me, but I have to use the restroom.
Eek!
I'm coming! Just hold on! I'll be right there! I've located the target, Beauty. A girl of the right age, coming out of the right apartment building at the right time. Yes, my dear. I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side. Good evening, young lady. Won't you come with me?
Eek!
Oh gods, what do I do? What should I do? I have to do something! Huh. Oh. Huh? Oh? What in the world? What just happened? Oh, that's Mino. Mino? Mino the mascot, the symbol of Temsic Park. Forget about the name of that big creepy lump of concrete. I'm talking about the way it changed direction. Did you see that? Yes, I did. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The power of the Rock of the Gods. That was the power of the gods. The power of the gods saved that little girl. And then that same power very deliberately crushed you instead? Yes, precisely. That is called the mischief of the gods. Was it the mischief of the gods, or was it a ghost trick? But it couldn't have been a ghost trick. No ghost trick could change the direction of something that heavy in midair. But wait a minute. What if there was somebody with much greater powers than me? Trick time. Look at that! There's another flame besides mine! Ooh, so that is the flame of a god, is it? But hold on. Your spirit is a flame too, isn't it? Yeah, so? Pardon me, but are you a god? I sincerely doubt it. At that last minute, that lump of concrete made a huge swing to one side. What was probably that flame's doing? Who could it be? I definitely believe it's either a god or somebody god-related. Maybe I'd better try talking to this person. Less behind, more planning on how to make the next console 10 times the price. For 10 times less the quality, I imagine. What the? This person with much greater powers than me. It's you?
Hey! Cecil!
Oh my, it's...
Missile!
You look well for being dead.
Did you see? Did you see what I did? I did it! I tried really hard and I did it. I saved Miss Camilla.
Are you telling me I was done in by a puppy dog? Missile, what's going on? How did you get the powers of the dead?
I'm glad you asked. After Miss Camilla went out and you left, I worked like crazy to make my own path, and I did it. And then I followed Miss Camilla out into the big wide world. And then, here at this park, I found her at last. Yes, you guessed it, I barked, you bet I did, and I went running after her too.
Oh yeah, I guess a little late, but animal death.
And then I guess I died. And then I was unconscious for a little while. When I came to, it was all over. Poor Miss Camilla, crushed under that big scary lump.
Oh, what have I done? I'm so sorry, little lady. Please forgive me.
Miss Camilla! I had to rescue Miss Camilla. It was up to me. I cried out from the depths of my heart. And then... I can't tell you how surprised I was, but I bet you understand, right?
Better than probably anybody else could.
And I remembered what you did for me, how you saved me.
So, you went back, right? Back to 4 minutes before the little lady's death?
You bet I did!
Yes, my dear. I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side. We love Missile.
I'm so happy he's here.
Huh.
Now's my chance, I thought. I saw the core.
I don't know. It looks pretty far.
I stretched out my paw toward the core. Ooh, how I felt at that moment. I'd love for you to be able to feel it too. Go ahead, Cecil. Go ahead and try it for yourself.
I can't believe it. How could you connect over such a great distance?
Well, they don't call me Missile for nothing.
And so then you manipulated that Mino thing and threw it aside. Right on top of my head.
Well, no, actually.
Huh?
I can't manipulate things like you can, Cecil.
You can't? Then how did you...
I didn't know what to do. Then I happened to see something out of the corner of my eye. And it had a core too. A single leaf hanging from the tree. I tried reaching out to the leaf.
What in the world?
I can't manipulate things, but apparently I can swap them. As long as the two things have the same shape, that is.
Swap things with the same shape.
Go ahead and try it. Press swap.
That's incredible. And so that's how you saved your mistress, is it? And that's how I became caught up in this, is it?
I'm very sorry. My powers were too meager.
Meager?
Because, you see, I saw one more. I happened to notice one more core. There was something with the exact same shape stuck in the branches of a tree.
Hey, you're right. If Mino could be swapped again with that, then disaster wouldn't have to rain down on my head. But what is that thing? It's too big to be a leaf. Whatever it is, I'd much prefer it on my head than Mino. So why didn't you swap them, Missile?
I couldn't. I can stretch my paw a little further than you can, Sissel. But this was just too far for me. I couldn't reach.
I must admit, it's a fascinating spectacle of a death, if I do say so myself.
I keep trying over and over, seeing if there was anything I could do.
I bet there's something you can do now.
Huh?
If we work together, you and me,
Sissel, you think so?
I don't plan on letting anybody die in front of me tonight. Do you think you could help me?
Of course!
Naturally! So, we're going to drop that Mino thing in a different spot. Okay, let's try it. Let's go back again to 4 minutes before. Alright, let's get started. 4 minutes from now, you'll swap Mino with the leaf. And then you have to swap Mino with something else. Something with the same shape. Oh, I believe that's a rugby ball. Okay, rugby ball, huh? But with the rugby ball where it is now, Missile can't reach it. So that means I have to move it closer somehow. It looks like you and I will have to work together on that one, Missile.
Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you want to use my swap trick, just press R2. That way, you'll be able to control me. And then, if you press R2,
control will come back to me.
Okay, let's try it. Together, we can stop Mino from hurting anybody.
Yeah. We get this song again, I love it. Alright, Missile. Your powers are the key this time.
Okay, I'm ready. I can swap anything that has the same shape. Just call on me if you find anything you want to try.
Probably the best thing to do is just try a bunch of things and see how it goes. And if I see something we can swap, I should use R2. Okay, yeah. Let's look at the phone book real quick. I lost my life at a lonely spot on the outskirts of town, and now I'm trying to find out the truth of my death. My name is Sissel. In order to stop Detective Jowd's execution, I got the Justice Minister on our side, but now it seems Lynn needs my help. A detective who was at the scene of my death. Her name's Lynn. She's trying to stop Detective Jowd's execution. She went to Temsic Park to look for an important piece of evidence. She's Detective Jowd's daughter. Her name is Camilla. Apparently, she believes her mother's death was caused by the contraption she created. She lost her life when she was kidnapped, but was saved by the little doggy. Friendly little Pomeranian. His name is Missile. He left the apartment to look for the little lady who is his mistress. He was hit and killed by the kidnapper's motorcycle, but gained the powers of the dead and was able to save the little girl from death. Lynn's neighbor. Her name is Emma. In protest of Lynn's neighbor. Her name is Emma. In protest of her Justice Minister's husband's execution order, she moved out with her daughter. She's made up with her husband, but is apparently doomed to dangle from the chandelier tonight. The daughter of the woman in purple, her name is Amelie. With peace restored to her family, and after finally being able to call her father, she is now sleeping soundly. Maybe she's worn out by all the drama. A justice minister who sits agonizing in his stately office. 1 month ago, he was physically manipulated into ordering the death row convict's execution. Not wanting this to get out, he's since been in constant anguish. the head of the Special Investigation Unit. His name is Cabanela. Getting ahead is the only thing he thinks about. He's investigating a big deal tonight. After finding out what the manipulator really is, he rushed off somewhere. A man who protects the park. He was bothering the detective with the cap, but then suddenly wound up dead in the tall grass of the park. He was trying to save the little lady from being abducted, but ended up as someone's collateral damage. The superintendent of the junkyard. He apparently also lives in the maintenance building. The murder machine in the building's basement is almost identical to the contraption that killed Joud's wife. The chef at the chicken kitchen. He appears to be in the middle of a delivery, but he's busy singing in his rich tenor voice while swinging away on the park swing. A rock and roller who sang national secrets during a live nationwide broadcast. Thought to have been manipulated into committing his crime, he's now being held in a top-secret research facility. An odd fellow who laid siege to the Metro Police Department and demanded curry and rice. Thought to have been manipulated into committing his crime, he is now being held in a top-secret research facility. A death row inmate. His name is Joud. To protect his daughter, he accepted the blame for his wife's murder. He claims to have stolen somebody else's life as well. Inspector Cabanela hauled him into the minister's office after his escape from prison. A police investigator who is working undercover at the chicken kitchen as a waitress. Her name is Memory. She planted a bug in the suspicious couple's chicken. She's a co-worker of the detective doing the stakeout from the park. One half of the couple that showed up to make a deal that could affect the future of the nation. When he mistook Camilla for the justice minister's daughter and abducted her, he accidentally hit the little doggy with his motorcycle. One half of the couple that showed up to make a deal that could affect the future of the nation. The pair kidnapped Camilla. She has a strong sixth sense and can apparently sense my presence. Camilla's mother and Joud's wife. 5 years ago, she was shot and killed when the contraption Camilla made for her birthday made an impossible move. There's a good possibility the manipulator had a hand in her death. The basement of the junkyard's maintenance building. The mysterious mechanical murder machine here looks just like the one in Camilla's old house. A restaurant that specializes in chicken. Tonight, it's also Point X, a place the police are staking out. The suspicious couple is nowhere to be seen. The kitchen of the restaurant, the chicken kitchen. The meddlesome investigator is nowhere to be seen, and the restaurant seems to be peaceful again. This is where the Justice Minister's wife went when she moved out on him. After a dramatic battle, the bonds between parent and child are strengthened. The daughter is now feeling dizzy in bed while the lady is dangling from the chandelier. A house the kidnappers are using as their hideout. 5 years ago, Camilla's mother was murdered here. The house has been empty ever since. The office gives off a cold, heavy air, but the people gathered here are starting to heat it up. As usual, the man is tearing out his hair in anguish. The park the little lady hid the music box in. The odd fellow who claims to be the guardian of the park died here. His death was caused by the little doggy Missile, who has obtained the powers of the dead. There we go. Alright. So this puzzle I had quite a bit of trouble nailing when I played the game originally, because I forgot that the spinning globe thing that we spun before, it could be spun. And I tried to solve the puzzle without spinning it, realized you have to do it in order to do that, and felt really dumb afterwards because I completely forgot you could do that. Oh, would you look at that? There sure are a whole lot of round things around here.
Oh boy, that means it's time for me, right? Oh boy.
My hair is also round. Let's see, to use Missile's powers, I just tap R2. I'll try it and see what happens. Alright, so the thing with Missile is, he has the ability to swap objects. So, that's his power. But he has a longer reach than Sissel. So he's pretty much able to jump around to a lot of different places, more than Sissel can reach. But I feel like that was made on purpose, intentionally, so that way you don't have to worry about Missile getting caught on things and having Sissel get in the way.
Look at this funny flattened ball. It's the same shape as that horrible Mino. but it's too far to swap from here.
Even this ball is starting to look horrible to me. We have to find a way to get this ball closer to that Mino thing. Knock it down from the tree, I say. There must be something we can do. Hold on, what was the... Phew, here you come already. I swore to myself not to repeat my mistakes. Mistakes? When somebody's in trouble, you should lend them a hand. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. And now the recklessness of youth has taken over, giving me lightning-fast speed. And twisting my tongue. Oh boy.
I've been thinking. If we could stop this man from running, maybe he wouldn't get squished?
It won't be easy to stop me once the recklessness of youth has taken over. Stop him, eh? Okay, well I can't move Sissel yet. Here we go. Alright. So this is the part that I always got stuck on. You're supposed to do this. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Don't you know the first thing about being a globe climber? Huh? Even little children treat it with the respect it deserves. They know that unless you spin it gently, there's no stopping it. Yeah, it does look pretty dangerous. It looks like I'm just destined to fly through the air like this for a while. This just might buy us some time.
Maybe he'll just keep spinning around like that for the whole 4 minutes.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't think I would stand for it that long. But anyway, at least we stopped him from running for a while. Let's do what we can while we have this chance. Hang on, I need blue. There we go. Let me swap to missile. So one thing we need to do is we need to... No, not there. We're going to swap those. Then we're going to go back to Sissel. Wrestle this. Jump over here. Close the umbrella.
Oh, that was so close. If it hit the ball, you could have knocked it down.
Is that all this umbrella can be used for? For knocking the rugby ball down?
Don't forget about my powers.
And don't forget about my recklessness of youth. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. We got the basketball up there. Wow, I so did not see that coming. I never thought the umbrella would catch the ball. Did you see that? The tree branch, it shook a little.
I think I saw it shake too.
If it only shook a little more, it would knock down that terrible rugby ball from this terrible tree. Maybe it just needs a little more weight.
I'm sure we can do this. We just have to put our heads together.
Everything looks good so far. We just need one more step. Ah, I hit the... It's not the trigger, it's the button. Alright. So, how about we swap the tire with the basketball? There! We moved the ball! What do you think, Missile?
With the ball there, I think I can do it.
In just a few seconds, you'll swap Mino with the leaf, and then from there, you can swap Mino one more time. The final moment is near. Missile, are you ready?
You bet! Okay, watch me, Sissel. Here I go.
The finishing touches. You can do it, Missile. Swap Mino with the ball.
There. How's that? My head has been spared. Truly, that was a try worthy of the gods.
And now, Mino is right where he belongs.
We did it again, didn't we? Didn't we? Now nobody has to die.
Except for one brave little somebody.
Huh?
I'm talking about you, Missile.
Oh, me? I guess you're right. I'm still dead, aren't I?
So, now let's go back and save your life.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer.
Probably said no one ever.
What? When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camilla when she was in trouble. I want to be able to protect Miss Camilla, and to do that, I need these powers I have now.
I see.
Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that.
Hey, we just saved you. Don't wish your life away already.
Oh, of course, you're right.
Okay, Missile. Have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her?
Certainly, you have my word. Let's go back then, to the present.
And so Camilla ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. I'm sorry. I wish there was something else I could have done. No, you did the best you could. I'm sure she's all right. After all,
She has me.
Missile,
Are you in there? Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camilla to me. I know I don't look like much right now, but I'm sure I can help her.
Missile.
Eek! Miss Lynn!
I'm going to leave it up to you, Missile. Kinda looks like Missile's being left up to the wind.
Ooh! I have something to give you. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the rock of the gods.
Aren't you forgetting your promise?
Oh, pardon me. My apologies. This is for you.
Oh. You kept the music box safe, didn't you? Thank you.
Not at all. I was only doing what the rock of the gods
would have wanted. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
He's mesmerized by my beauty. Hey, the cat's not allowed to get your tongue.
Excuse me, but are you... No, it couldn't be. Have we met before? Aren't you that little girl from that time?
I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this park.
10 years ago? Are you talking about...
Here in this park, the gods surely control fate. Today, 10 years from that day, we meet once again. If that isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it?
Could just be a coincidence. But apparently you know our lady detective here. Could you tell us about it? About what happened 10 years ago?
Yes, of course. I was actually about to do just that. That day, I just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that day would change my destiny. The sun was going down, and through the gloom, I heard the scream of a little girl. Eek! Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. I peeked out fearfully from the bushes and saw some shadowy figures. I didn't see the face of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help, but I couldn't move. The tension was so thick it was painful, just when I couldn't stand it any longer. That's when it happened. The sky suddenly burned bluish white. When it crashed into the ground. The meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments. And then I saw it. One of those beautiful fragments pierced into the criminal's back. The judgment of the gods was brought down on the park that day. "10 years ago, the little girl that was you was saved by the Rock of the Gods." Oh my, I can't believe it. The Rock of the Gods was given the name Temsik, and still today, it lies sleeping deep in the park's earth. What's this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning? Don't you know? It's right there in front of us. Missile. Wait a minute. You say GODS, but do you mean DOGS? Of course not. Don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You are standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a good look at that monument. Monument? Rock of the Gods, Temsik Park. The Rock of the Gods. The rock is buried in the ground right there. It's been there these 10 years. Ever since that day, it flew down from the heavens and showed us a miracle. A miracle? So this rock you've been talking about is a meteorite? Precisely. It dropped from the sky on that day 10 years ago. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it. Me? I never knew about this Temsik. I always thought Detective Jowd was the one who saved me. You were very young then, and you passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course you wouldn't remember. But that's funny. A huge incident like that should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you never heard of it, Lynn. It is, isn't it? But now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news, and I never came back to this park again. That's why I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Temsik after the name of the park that it fell in, and then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now an awful thing is happening. They're talking about turning the park into a housing site. I'll never forget the miracle I witnessed that day. I'm sorry, I had a burp. Talking about the gods gives me gas. And so I've been taking up residence in this park, and I'm trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. That is my mission. I see. I'm taking you with me, Missile. So 10 years ago, the little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that, but Detective Jowd, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Temsik thing. And if he knew... And the man died. I took his life. What was that confession of his all about? The rocks of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples on a pond when a pebble is dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn about a new mystery. Will I be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn? Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decided to meet up again at the minister's office. Besides, there are a few things I want to ask Detective Jowd. We found the music box, Detective Jowd. Good job, Lynn. I knew you would. Once everything had been resolved, I had wanted you to give this to him. Him? You mean Inspector Cabanela, right? I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me. Detective Jowd. Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain knack to doing it, you know. Ah! See? Calls that a knack? Looks more like brute strength to me. A fanfic from the depths of Wattpad. Colin apparently becomes... Colin? Yeah, he just pulls the gun out of the box. It's a Twitch emote on my end, a chat face. Why didn't it show up? That's weird. I think it's because it was colon space A. There it is. I just put it in the emoji edit because it became colon Z. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, I think I just saw a spider in my wall. Oh, there it is. Hold on. I got to squish a spider. Come back here. Die. Got it. Alright. Hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta throw this tissue away. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Oh god, my Twitch is broken in a very minor and fairly inconvenient way. Oh, here we go. Okay. Back on. I can't believe you'd kill a spider. How do you know I'm actually a spider typing on a tiny keyboard? Well, the thing is, I don't have any beef with spiders. If I can, I usually just leave them be. But when you cross the threshold into my domicile, it's on sight. I don't care who you are. It's like, you're not supposed to be here. Die. Especially if you're the venomous kind that, mistakes a innocent move for a threatening gesture and then bites me. you should find scorch marks on the grip.
Scorch marks?
When Camilla built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. It's a kind magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears.
Why would little Camilla use something like that?
I don't know. Maybe it's because she's a detective's daughter. Not leaving any evidence behind and all that. In the case report, there was mention of some scorch marks. When it happened, Camilla was watching from her hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I took the gun out of the frame and replaced it with a picture. If you remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame, too. And those marks should match up with the ones on the gun. In other words, it proves the contraption existed there in that room that day. And it didn't work the way your little girl intended, is that right? Exactly. Some cowardly culprit modified the design. That angle was never brought up in court, and so as Justice Minister, I must call off the execution at this point. I knew I was right. It wasn't Detective Jowd. Now I can finally prove that. Thank goodness. Thank you, Lynn. In those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of that little girl from 10 years ago. Sissel, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now, without ever having known any of this. This is what I deserve. It's what I told myself these past 5 years. But things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened. Tonight, I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives and got involved in their fates, and the only reason I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. But things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow, I just know it. And that's why I need to ask you a few more questions, in order to find the truth about us. Fair enough. Fire away. Sissel told me about it, Detective Jowd, about the manipulator. Yes, and it looks like this manipulator really did a number on the minister, too. Arrgh! Please don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him. Ooh. Sissel, do you think that's what happened to me, too? What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me. You were manipulated, too? There was always a part of me that I just couldn't believe it. That image of the one who shot me. Oh, whoops. But now I see the possibility of a new explanation. But who is it? And why did they do it? That contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it? That's right. Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from somewhere. No surprise there. You lost your life once tonight because of that machine. Right! I knew it! See, Detective Jowd? No, I'm afraid I don't see. I told Detective Jowd about it. I told him about seeing the exact same contraption tonight in a completely different place. It's very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town? I've never even heard of the place. And what's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption. You haven't? That old pigeon guy. Who in the world is he? Detective Jowd, you must have heard this name before. Temzik. The meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there. So you found out about that, did you? I hear that meteorite saved little Lynn's life. That's right. I couldn't do anything to help Lynn that day. But in that case, I don't get it. If it's true, doesn't it mean you didn't steal somebody's life away? What are you talking about? Detective Jowd, you told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in the park was you. What? But it was the meteorite. I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away, no question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant if the meteorite hadn't come. At that point, I was already a murderer. That's not true. You were trying to save me. Lynn, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's really it. Huh? On that day 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place. Another place? Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. The worst sort of incident. A suspect who was being questioned escaped. Wow, I didn't know about that. I happened to be there in the detective division, so I joined the chase. Fortunately, or I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. Hold it right there. I fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him, bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was a young and green detective, brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. I made him panic and got you involved, Lynn. It was all my fault. Detective Jowd. All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. I'm so sorry, Lynn. So the man who grabbed me that day died. These last 10 years, I've never forgotten his face. And then a few years after that, when my wife Alma died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was my fate, my punishment for what I'd done. I painted pictures in my cell, nothing but portraits of people's faces. All the faces of the many people I'd met in my life and didn't want to forget. And tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. The final face. The face of the man in the park that day. Wait just a minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time? That's right. The face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole, of the man who was pronounced dead at the scene. But hold on, Detective Jowd. That can't be true. I just met Sissel for the first time tonight. And he died right in front of me. By the way, the name that I know the man in the park that day by isn't Sissel. What? From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy? Mr. Minister. Inspector Cavanella, where are you? Just be quiet and listen. This is our demand. What? Demand? Our demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once we've confirmed it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage. What are you talking about, Inspector Cavanella? And you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted. Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life is a life, even if it's the daughter of a death row prisoner. Yeah. Once the criminal, gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. What is it, Mr. Minister? You look paler than ever. What in the world? What's going on? Inspector Cavanella? The rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. And even now, the chain continues to grow ever longer. Inspector Cavanella's call proved that to us. and the greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? I'm even further from knowing than when I started. Nice. 1:28 a.m. to 2:55 a.m. Complete. Got the linked past song and the image of the park. Heck yeah, we're going to keep going. Chapter 15, 2:55 a.m. We're getting real close. We're getting close to the end. 10 years ago, a man named Sissel took a little girl named Lynn hostage and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Sissel met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. I see myself. There you are, Commander Sith, finally.
Sissel, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you.
Had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up.
I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain?
We can talk about that when we get together.
This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Sissel.
Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep, but I know it's always darkest before the dawn.
Yes. We're nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man.
Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir.
Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes, we're very close.
We will now disconnect from the communication, sir. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir.
Very well.
Nice try, Inspector Cabanela. But you could never stop me. See ya, sucker. So, that submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? If that's the case, they probably aren't the ones who killed me, right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk to him. Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? Guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. But if that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it. "4 minutes before death. Maintenance building. Super's office. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call." That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. Gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. Oh. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Why are you doing this? Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Oh, don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life, or have you forgotten that? Wrong! I was murdered by all of you! Detective Jowd, who chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there when I was running. Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that brat hadn't been there, I never would have thought of taking a hostage. That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. And finally you, Inspector Cabanela. Me? If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You were so proud of your spotless record, and my case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only 2 people know the real truth, me and Detective Jowd. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy that you are. I've got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. Ye gods. Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsik. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey, man. Mind telling me what's going on? Inspector Cabanela! He's awake. My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand that Cabanela character who just got shot is me? That's right. And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me? I guess so. But you couldn't be, could you? Huh? After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Sissel guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. So are you a manipulator too? I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures. Anywho, I think you'd better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. You're right, I better be careful. Alright. Look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? Alright, so the deal with this is you can't do anything while he's looking in your direction. Because if he does, he's going to kill Cabanela. So we gotta wait for him to not be looking. That was a real shocker, baby. Didn't he feel that? He grilled his own fist to crispy perfection. It's just not natural, is it? It's kind of hard to move around here. He has the same kind of powers you do, after all. If you do anything obvious, he'll notice you. Under these circumstances, I don't know if there's a way to save you. Ouch! Ouch! Don't admit that right in front of me, baby. What was that? Look at this place. What in the world happened here? I think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here, and now there's another death lying hidden here. What? Another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there was a very valuable to the nation here? I thought you were talking about you. I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby. The pigeon. Hey. Come to think of it, where's that old pigeon guy? Hey, I'm gonna die all over again, man. But what can I do when he's right there watching? Well, nothing's gonna get solved just standing around. When in doubt, just keep moving. That's my secret. Yes, I noticed you just keep moving quite a bit. I'll just try going everywhere I can and look for a path. Excuse me. Are you awake?
Of course. I never sleep during work hours.
Professor, do you recognize me?
There's only one crazy character in a white coat that I know of.
He hasn't lost his memory.
I'm not the type who likes losing things, but never mind that. Cabanela, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you, pretending like you didn't just blow up the place.
Are you talking about me? Oh, this is a different guy, and I'm his guest, actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back. Huh. Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death. In order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? But we can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanela, but if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead. Maintenance building basement, 4 minutes before death. How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous.
Don't be daft. I can't leave now. He's completely dead, but just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it...
He's not dead, he's just not there. The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit.
Ridiculous.
So you figured it all out, huh? You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanela. So it really is true. You're... I wasted a lot of time because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. This shell, people, just like I controlled the Justice Minister and Lynn. So it's true. You were manipulating my baby the whole time. You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence. You know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Zhao did. Now then, Professor. I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you.
Oh yeah? So why don't you let me live then?
I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. But before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time, the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it'll be all over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Professor, look out!
Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there?
He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear. His corpse disappeared? That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he'd already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back. But I wasn't going to let that happen, baby.
You saw right through their plan, eh?
I don't know where the professor's voice is going to settle. I have no place for it. I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. Bought him off? I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think the abilities were powers of the dead.
Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn.
And I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. But something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here? No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back, even further into the past.
Never trust the color blue.
Yeah, he wasn't blue. He was blue. For a reason. Alright, man. Jump in there and stop that explosion, would you?
Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way.
Fair enough. Then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say.
And most likely impossible to boot. That huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye.
Well, what do you propose then, Professor? Pray tell.
Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing.
Easy enough for you to say. Sheesh. What's with all these people? Anywho, jump in there and do something.
Alright,
What in the world is this thing?
This device has that measuring data entered into it. Meteorite data. If it detects Temsic radiation, it responds.
Got that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing? I guess sometimes it's important not to think too much about things.
Humph, what a sorry pair.
It's no use, I can't open it. Could the fact that the guy in red is standing on it have anything to do with it?
Is he more heavy-set than he looks, too?
Why are you asking me? This door. Such a pity. Too bad it doesn't open downward. Sometimes life can be hard, wouldn't you agree, Professor?
Yeah, that's why we're both dead.
Door that opens downward, eh? It's no use, I can't open it. Could it be the fact that the professor is standing on it have anything to do with it?
I look small, but I'm pretty heavy set.
You sound so proud of that fact, too. This door. Such a pity. Too bad it doesn't open downward. Sometimes life can be hard. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's why we're both dead.
Door opens downward, eh? I mean, I'll be leaving this country forever tonight, but before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist, along with the contraption in this room. As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out, baby. Yeah, no perhaps about it, I know. But you know, there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my ghost tricks on in here.
Looks like it's all over.
Unless I find another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here.
Cecil!
Hey, I know that voice.
Help me!
Where are you?
Find me! Before I'm carried away!
What's with that frail-sounding call for help? He's here somewhere.
Friend of yours?
Yup, a little guy that looks a little fragile but has strength that'd surprise you.
Well, he's asking you to find him.
And before he's carried away, no less. But I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him?
Cecil! Here I am!
Oh hey, it's...
Missile!
What are you doing there?
Do you really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going there?
No, that's okay. Never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out?
Of course! Here, let me come join you. Okay, here I am, Cecil.
Now maybe things will flow in a new direction.
Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit sneaky.
Fate change.
Okay, let's stop that explosion.
No, we can't do that.
Okay, let's take care of that man in red then.
No, we can't do that either.
We can't do this, we can't do that. What can we do?
We let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing. And your powers are the key to all of it, Missile.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best.
We're talking about a matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance. Alright. Those squeaky guys are making a fuss about something.
Cecil, my animal instincts are starting to surface.
If you mean you want to chase them, I think you have to be alive to do that. There must be some kind of rat feast in that trash can. Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that. A bigger commotion, eh? Now that's what I'd call some proper commotion. You're making that trash can dance. Truth be told, I feel a bit like dancing now myself.
It's getting harder and harder to hold my wild instincts back.
What a dangerous bunch. Oh, hold it. Hey, look at that. wrong buttons. I'm getting nervous. We're down to the wire. I lost my life at a lonely spot on the outskirts of town. That Sissel fellow that I thought was me is apparently not me. A detective who was at the scene of my death. Her name's Lynn. In the park 10 years ago, she was saved by a falling meteorite, but she doesn't know that. If this manipulator exists, could Lynn have been manipulated into shooting me? She's Detective Jowd's daughter. Her name is Camilla. Apparently, she believes her mother's death was caused by the contraption she created. Kidnapped because she was mistaken for the Justice Minister's daughter. Her current whereabouts are unknown. A friendly little Pomeranian. His name is Missile. Thinking he needs his powers to protect the little lady, he chose not to be brought back to life. Possessing a leaf, he was blown away on the wind. But he's with us now. A Justice Minister who sits agonizing in his stately office. 1 month ago, he was physically manipulated into ordering the death row convict's execution. Not wanting this to get out, he's since been in constant anguish. He decided to halt the execution. The head of the Special Investigation Unit, his name is Cabanela. After calling the minister from the junkyard office, demanding that the execution be carried out, he was shot and killed by the other me. A man who protects the park. 10 years ago, he witnessed Lynn being saved from, by a falling meteorite. Now, to protect the Rock of the Gods that performed this miracle, he lobbies to stop the park from being turned into a housing site. A detective whose execution was called off. His name is Jowd. He's Camilla's father. He feels responsible for having driven an escaped convict to take Lynn as a hostage and meet his death 10 years ago. He feels his wife's death was his punishment. The office in the junkyard's maintenance building. The old pigeon guy is nowhere to be seen. After making the threatening phone call, Inspector Cabanela lost his life here, killed by the other me. The place where Camilla's mother was murdered 5 years ago. The scorch marks Detective Jowd hid, proving that a murder machine was used in this room. The Justice Minister's office. After revealing everything, the man seemed to gain a brief sense of peace, but he is destined to tear his hair out again. The park meteorite fell on 10 years ago. A man who tried to take Little Lynn hostage was hit by a fragment and died. The meteorite was named Temsik, and it still lies buried near a stone monument. Okay, because what I wanted to do is do that, then switch back to Missile, then take the trash can lid, and do this. Look out! Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. Might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you. I can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanela. I couldn't do anything to help you. And there I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. The magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. Updated the phone book. Fate averted. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead. Not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, the phone call? Yeah, he was... Oh, wait, no. Oh, that phone call. Yeah, he was pretty upset.
Excuse me, mister. You really shouldn't be mean like that.
And what's this lively little creature? Oh, this little doggy is the warrior that keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be if he was actually still full of life. Camilla. Gods in heaven, what a terrible thing! That poor little girl taken hostage.
It's a cruel twist of fate indeed.
Wait just a minute. Miss Camilla is a hostage?
Yes, we're sorry, little warrior.
Miss Camilla? A hostage? What's a hostage?
Anyway, Inspector Cabanela, it's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right?
But this time it's different. Right, Sissel?
That's right. With us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay?
Okay, let's hurry up and get through this.
Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought. Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanela is upstairs, so our first step is to get up there.
Sissel, I'll go up first and wait for you.
Okay, lovey-dove, we need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it.
You've got grit, little pigeon. I better get up there before the little pigeon's strength gives out. Missile's waiting for me. I better hurry. You can sit there and wait for too long, and the pigeon will drop it, and you'll be locked out of the situation. You have to start all over. So, don't want to do that. You need to get moving.
There you are, Sissel.
Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the Inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you? There you go again with that stuff.
Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way.
Wait a minute. That sounds familiar.
Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot and then save Cabanela without him noticing.
Phew, it's even worse than last time. Anywho, jump in there and do something.
Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Sissel. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap R2.
Okay, so there's something I want to try. And this may take a couple of tries, but I want to try it. So the thing with Missile's powers is that you could swap things of a similar shape, right? In the DS version, it's a bit easier to find things that are of a similar shape, because while this main screen here is the bottom screen on the DS, you have the top screen, which shows the object that you're currently possessing and the shape that it is. So when you jump from object to object with whichever character you're controlling, it shows you the object that you're possessing, no matter what size it is, what shape it is. So it's very easy to, look at objects and determine what shape they are when you want to swap them.
Oh, did you see that? That bad Sissel turned around.
Do you have to call him that? But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks. This is the only time he takes his eyes off me too.
If you have something to do, do it now.
Time to take the first steps towards saving the Inspector. Yeah, but we're not going to do that, because there's a special little scene you get if you try the incorrect method, I'll say, because there's two quote-unquote solutions to this puzzle, so to speak. One, doesn't really get you anywhere, and the other one is the correct way. But I want to show off the incorrect way, because I think there's also a trophy attached to it as well. So we're going to try it.
Yikes, I'm a little scared right now. Why didn't he die?
Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he wouldn't die if I shot him. Then why'd you go to the trouble of shooting him at all?
Time's almost up. Enough chit-chat.
But now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance.
So you have to wait here. Yeah, another condition to my deal to wipe out everybody in the Temsek. He's going to shoot. It's too late. Again? I'm going to be shot again?
Again? I was so scared. It made me lose my voice. No, wait. Our chance is coming up.
The last split second, right? Leave it to me.
Would you look at that? The bullet is hanging in midair between the gun and the inspector's forehead.
Now's our chance. I'm hearing the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else.
What? It's our only hope. There's got to be something here with the same shape and direction as the bullet. And here's where you'd be able to look at the top screen. You'd see the shape and the size of the bullet and be like, oh, it looks like this. Hurry now. Swap that hanging bullet with something else. There's got to be something here with the same shape. Not that. There you go. I'll swap it with his hard hat. Huh. That didn't go well. We tried swapping what we could find, but we just made things worse. Not nice, kids. Not nice at all. Put a dent in my lovely mask. I guess we'd better look for something softer to swap with. Huh. You know, I thought there was a trophy attached to that. But yeah, you get a little special thing if you try to swap it with the hard hat, and you basically just kill him anyway.
There you are, Sissel.
Yeah, sorry for the wait. Good luck, kids. Save the character in white. We should do it without stopping the guy from firing and without him noticing. In other words, once it's fired, the bullet will be the key to the whole thing. Okay. So, now we're going to do things the right way. So we need to wait for him to knock that down. Okay, I need to swivel the desk lamp. We're gonna rock this, knock it down. What was that noise? Whose footprints are these? Okay, we're gonna jump over to the missile. Switch back over to Sissel. Oh wait, no, we can't do that until he moves the stool itself. So we gotta wait. So now you have to wait. Okay, so now he moved the stool closer to me. Okay, so now we can get up here. Jiggle, jiggle. Real quick, I think you can do this. Yeah. So what exactly is this thing? Looks like a giant nail clipper to me. No, it most certainly does not. It's an instrument used in analyzing radiation-emitting matter. Oh. Yes, I see. You're not alone, kid. None of the rest of us understand it either, baby.
Yeah, you said it.
And I hit the wrong button. I keep thinking swapping the missile is the left trigger, but it's the right trigger. We'll look at the phone book a little later. Alright, we're gonna jump into here. Switch back over to Sissel. Examine this. Old pictures of what look like little fragments of rock. Those are Temsek fragments. That's an article from back when it was big news. 10 years ago, nobody really understood it. I guess that's still true today. Okay, we're gonna jump around there. And then, cool, we jump back down to the stepladder. Whoop. And now, Missile's in the knit hat, which fell on the stool, which looks a little bit like this book up here. We give him a little swoopy swap. And now, look at that. Okay, real quick, just go back up and yeah. Okay.
Oh, would you look at that? Right on that hook.
I love knit hats. So warm and, most of all, soft.
Hey, now that I'm looking at it, that has the same shape as the helmet you just knocked down.
Aha, I thought so. Now we're just gonna do a little yep. No, we want to leave that there. And we want Missile will default to the bullet. Another condition. It's going to shoot. It's too late. Again? I'm going to get shot again? No, wait. Our chance is coming up.
The last split second, right? Last split second.
He fires. Missile's in the bullet.
Now's our chance. I'm hearing the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else.
What? It's our only hope. There's got to be something here with the same shape and direction as the bullet. Yep, there is. That guy, right there. Hit. Puff. I don't think he noticed. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act. And now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm and most of all, soft.
Did I do all right?
You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life.
And I'll keep doing it too, over and over.
Fate averted.
What I saw in just these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for.
All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two are working together. That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would burp? Oh. Excuse me. Saving my life is giving me a bad case of the vapors. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us.
I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all.
Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camilla.
You're right, Missile. And there's a certain guy I have to follow, too. After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanela, the man in red left. And now, a new story is about to unfold in a new present.
How you feeling, you old crazy character?
Hey there, Professor. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me.
Yeah, right. Like I'm going to believe that. So what? The guy in red is gone, eh?
Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us. Oh, damn it. You picked a bad time not to listen to me, body of mine. Alright. Well, looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the Inspector in white, I can't call it a complete success. But in any case, these two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I better talk to them. Yeah, before we do that, though. I lost my life at a lonely spot on the outskirts of town. I don't know who I am. The man I pursued, thinking he was me, took Lynn hostage in the park 10 years ago and was hit by a meteorite and killed. She was apparently manipulated into shooting me by the ghost of the man who lost his life while trying to hold her hostage 10 years ago. A friendly little Pomeranian named Missile. Thinking he needs his powers to protect the little lady, he chose not to be brought back to life. He was blown away in the wind, but I met up with him again when he came floating along in the sewer. A phony medical examiner, he was working with the man in red. His plan was to steal the corpse from the site, but Inspector Cabanela saw through his plot and bribed him to bring the body to the junkyard's maintenance building basement. In order to find out, the head of the Special Investigation Unit, his name is Cabanela. In order to find out, with the junkyard super's help, the source of the manipulator's powers, he had the man in red's corpse brought to the junkyard's maintenance building basement. The superintendent of the junkyard, working with Inspector Cabanela to find the source of the manipulator's powers, he was examining the man in red's corpse. That fact was what made him a target to be killed. A detective whose execution was called off. His name is Jowd. He's Camilla's father. He feels responsible for having driven an escaped suspect to take Lynn hostage and meet his death 10 years ago. He feels his wife's death was his punishment. The other me. The man I was pursuing, who I was convinced was me, his true identity is the manipulator, the spirit of a man who was killed by a meteorite fragment 10 years ago. Tonight, he was planning to get revenge on all the people who contributed to his death. The murder machine here that looked just like the one in Camilla's old house was blown up by the man in red. The chief is wiggling his toes as usual. Lynn, shown in the security tape, was apparently being controlled by somebody when she shot me. Just letting you know I haven't fallen asleep. I'm just very engrossed. That's good to know. It's good to know. This story is very engrossing, and we're getting close to the end, so it's starting to heat up. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. The police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead. But I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity too. That's the only way I can describe it too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead alright, no question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch. But I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. And that's how it went, and no scarring or blood either. And I never had the chance to solve the mystery. Well, that's because the corpse up and vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there is one way the corpse could have disappeared. What's that?
It got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own.
What?
He was dead, but he wasn't dead.
We saw with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. He didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stove.
The corpse left behind some data from some testing I did. I got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off that body.
Radiation?
I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown.
Wait a minute. Could it be...
That's right. It was coming from that meteorite fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell, and just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die, only to come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case, thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here.
Oh, stop now, Professor. You want to see me blush?
It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here.
I heard there was an oddball here who's researching Temzik. Is that you, baby?
Who are you calling anybody an oddball?
I was investigating the manipulator case then, and then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this: "The source of my power is not of this world." And that's when I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator case and Temzik were somehow connected.
Which is also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise a little girl made for her mother.
He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla. If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way, I could have been dancing after Big Red by now. I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yeah, sorry. I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. He was right there within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen. I guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. Let's start with your spotless record. This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you? No, of course, baby. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life. Than your life, eh? After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case? That's why you cared about your record so much? Of course. Oh, why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Jowd shooting Alma. I didn't care what he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story. Some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder, everything in my power, and then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The manipulator, he's going to prove that Jowd is innocent. What incredible determination.
We first found out about the manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication.
Overseas communication?
For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communications networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him, of course. We didn't know what he looked like at the time.
Look at his silhouette, though.
That is such a perfect silhouette. And his head looks exactly like the spirit orbs that you see in the game.
Character design, baby.
Beautiful. And in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them 2 predictions. He foresaw 2 completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office.
Those 2 inmates at the special prison, eh?
We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then finally, we pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked it out. That restaurant, the Chicken Kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal.
Submarine?
But we haven't been able to figure out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think that what would fall... It's terrifying to think what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands.
Right. Highly unlikely they'd use them for peaceful purposes.
And now they have that little girl as a hostage.
Camilla.
We have to stop him before he leaves the country.
That guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago. He's a fool. He's the one who made that decision to take that little girl hostage, and he wound up dead. He only has himself to blame. But what about when he said this?
I was murdered by all of you. Detective Jowd, who forced me into a corner, Lynn, the girl who was playing in the park, and finally you, Inspector Cabanela. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Yeah, 10 years ago, on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. And then I did it. I made 2 very stupid mistakes. Detective, I'm telling you, I didn't know anything about it. Fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I'd just been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking his statement. But I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that. Cabanela, got a minute? Chief wants to see you about your report. Got it. I'll be right there. You stay right there and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun.
How could you...
He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place.
There's one thing I just don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Jowd, why didn't you help him escape from prison?
Well, that's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And he himself asked to be
And he himself asked to be executed, you know. As a man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. And that's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby. So that's it, eh? But there's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions. Huh, what's a little misunderstanding? My baby will come around. Give it time. There are more important things to do with our time tonight. So that contraption in the basement here, you built that to try and help Detective Jowd.
That's right. Jowd and I worked together back when I was on the force. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device. There was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce no matter how hard I tried.
Camilla told Jowd it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move.
I added that part to the device I recreated, but in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire.
So that must mean somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption.
As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed.
Inspector Cabanela!
Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I hated to spoil your image of me. Of that cool cat inspector you always looked up to.
Is that really the image she had of him? Inspector Cabanela, I'm sorry. I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Jowd.
This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved.
So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it?
Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw 'em in the slammer.
Yikes.
Tonight, I really thought we finally had him, but my body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. But a joke is a joke. You might as well laugh. Jowd!
The minister called off the execution order. And while he was at it, he let Detective Jowd go free until tomorrow morning, too.
That's a pretty extreme while he was at it.
Sorry I took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around, and then you swoop in at the last second.
Jowd. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me, just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day.
There he is. I've been waiting so long, Detective Jowd. Waiting for this day to come.
Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn.
And a lot of people pointed out, but he's very much looking like older Cody from Street Fighter. Well, with the blue and white stripes.
Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend.
I see it. Yeah, he's kind of got Cody vibes.
This present you gave me is just what I needed. Thank you. Glad you like it.
Sissel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me?
Sure, but how?
We don't know where the submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow. You'll see. Could you wait here until we do, please?
Okay, fine. I'm counting on you.
This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving. Inspector Cabanela?
No, it's less of a pause than I thought. Or was there, whatever.
It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now, I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn.
Yeah. Trophy earned. 2:55 to 3:39 a.m.
Ooh! The cityscape? I dig it. That's a good border. And Sissel, face down, ass up. And we got the Ghost Trick song. Nice, nice. Lingering Death. And we got the illustration for the submarine. And we've got Sissel, question mark? We got his illustration. Let's save the game. Yes. Chapter 16, 4:19 a.m. Lynn kept her promise about getting me hooked up. About 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang.
Hello?
This is Jowd. Sissel, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you.
Trace complete. Well, you'd better get going. This long night is drawing to an end.
Yeah, looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight.
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
At the other end of the phone line, I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I better go. A single telephone line connects me and the other Sissel, but that single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people. And I just reached the center of the web.
Welcome to the Unoa, Detective Jowd.
My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I didn't even sense your presence here in the dark.
That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Jowd.
I used your phone. Hope you don't mind.
Egad! Never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate.
And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation. Submarine, eh?
But how did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew whether Unoa was going to surface, confound it!
We detectives have a little saying. There's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. I have a little something for you. Cabanela has given me some pretty weird presents in the past, but they always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver, made to look like a pocket watch.
Yes, Inspector Cabanela. I hear he's an excellent investigator.
By the way, where is that man in red? I know he's on this submarine somewhere.
Ah, Sissel, you mean?
You!
You can relax. That's nothing but his shell.
His shell, eh?
His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely, right about now, he's controlling your daughter.
Please, I beg you, let my daughter go. If you need a hostage, take me. Just please let her go.
Bah! There's something our nation needs. Sissel has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Sissel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here.
Bargaining chip.
Whoa! Hey now. Our nation has already researched it. This product that Sissel has to offer, the source of his powers.
Man, dude had a rock that big in him. No wonder he freaking died. Whoa, what in the world was that?
The Temzik fragment. It gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Sissel has concluded, as far as we're concerned.
What are you talking about?
What a mistake to make, right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Jowd. Farewell.
What in the world? The whole room just vanished. Detective Jowd! Where'd he go? What now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I'd better find them and fast. His phone isn't working anymore. Guess we can't leave the submarine. So you're here, huh?
It's Missile!
Yes, I think you and I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago?
I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog.
Well, with my loss of memory, I can't say I'm much better.
Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla.
Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out?
I'm sorry to say, I don't think it can.
Why'd I even bother to ask? But you do have the power to swap objects, so let's go find that lady detective and the little lady together.
You got it!
The telephone is ringing.
Wow! It's Miss Camilla. I just know it. My trusty nose is practically screaming it at me.
I think you'd call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get to that phone before it stops ringing.
You bet.
I lost my life at a lonely spot on the outskirts of town. I don't know who I am. The man I pursued, thinking he was me, took Lynn hostage in the park 10 years ago and was hit by a meteorite and killed. A detective who was at the scene of my death. Her name's Lynn. In order to rescue Camilla, she promised to get a phone line hooked up to the submarine for me. She and Detective Jowd are in pursuit of the man in red. A foreigner who planned to carry out a deal tonight involving the powers of the dead. He knew the source of those powers was the meteorite fragment, so he stole it from the man in red's body and made his escape, abandoning the Yanoa to the sea. He appears to be the old man's servant. He operates the machine in the strange room expertly. He was with Detective Jowd when the strange room suddenly disappeared from the rest of the submarine. She's Detective Jowd's daughter. Her name is Camilla. Apparently, she believes her mother's death was caused by the contraption she created. Kidnapped because she was mistaken for the Justice Minister's daughter, she's now somewhere on the submarine. The head of the Special Investigation Unit, his insistence on a spotless record was so that he'd be able to prove his friend innocent. He fired a bullet with a radio transmitter into the man in red's body and urged Lynn to bring the case to a conclusion. The superintendent of the junkyard. He was a police medical examiner, but he quit the force to research the meteorite's radiation. He built the basement contraption based on Cavanaugh's reports in order to further the investigation into Jowd's case.
An excellent detective. His name is Jowd, a death row inmate. He feels responsible for 2 murders, but his execution was called off. He snuck into the sub to rescue his daughter, but then disappeared before my eyes, along with the room he was in. The man I was pursuing, who I was convinced was me, his true identity is the Manipulator, the spirit of a man who was killed by a meteorite fragment 10 years ago. The other party in this deal betrayed him and stole the fragment that was inside his body. The office of the Junkyard's maintenance building. The Junkyard superintendent was researching Temsic radiation and the Manipulator here. The basement of the Junkyard's maintenance building. The murder machine here was built by the Junkyard super, based on reports of the case 5 years ago. The man in red blew it up. One of the rooms on the sub, Detective Jowd hooked the phone line up to. It disappeared suddenly from the rest of the sub, with Jowd, the masked man, and the man in red's body trapped inside. Alright, time to go find Camilla and Lynn. Alright, swap them. Okay. Swap these. Oh. Phone fell off the hook. I think I just heard another little explosion in the distance. Got a bad feeling about this.
Sissel, look! That black hello, it came off the hook.
But it's red. Is it because he's colorblind? I think he's colorblind. Yeah, because dogs can't see. Can they see shades of red? I don't know. Uh-oh, I better answer it fast.
Hello? Is anybody there?
It's her! The little lady! It's Sissel! Where are you?
Somebody please answer.
I guess she can't hear my voice.
You too, huh? Oh good, I thought she was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn is...
She said Lynn.
Miss Lynn!
We better hurry.
Let's go, Sissel.
Yeah, we're gonna go there.
It's no use. Nobody's answering. Miss Camilla! And Miss Lynn! Oh, poor Miss Lynn.
Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. Looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady.
Sissy, I knew you'd come. Miss Camilla! Miss Camilla! And Missile too. I'm so glad to see you're all right. Well, I wouldn't say I'm all right exactly.
Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before.
What? My voice?
That's right. Camilla has a core now, so that means she did hear Missile's voice before, when he saved her that time.
So that was you, wasn't it, Missile?
You're the one who saved me in the park tonight.
Thank you. Miss Camilla, I'm so glad I was born your little doggy.
Hey, Missile? Could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while?
Huh? But don't you need my powers?
I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her.
Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Missile.
I wonder what happened this time. I better talk to the little lady a little more. And then, I better do something about the detective lady. Can I talk to you a minute?
Yes, Sissy?
Could you tell me what happened to you? What happened after I last saw you at your old house?
Oh, let's see. After that, I think I fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of an engine.
So she was already in the submarine by then, eh?
I thought to myself, I have to escape. The next thing I knew, I found myself in this big room. I was so tired I couldn't move. And then... Camilla!
I was so relieved. I don't remember what happened after that. She must have passed out, the poor thing. You've been through so much. You were very brave. I think Lynn's probably been through more than me. You've both been brave. Oh, Sissel, you're here. Lynn, what in the world happened here? I don't know. Huh? I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know in that case. And where's Detective Jowd? Is he alright? I don't know. Huh? The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden. Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed after the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter Inspector Cabanela fired into him with the bullet. The man in red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Jowd and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat, and then we sneaked into the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine dove back down again. Detective Jowd and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line, and I would look for Camilla. I found Camilla hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here. Wow, that's quite an adventure. What happened next? I don't know. Huh? There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Oh boy. Sounds like it'd be quicker to see for myself. Yes, you know what? Engine room. 4 minutes before death. Before death. Camilla, are you okay? Camilla? Hello, Lynn. Or is it Detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camilla back! She has nothing to do with any of this. Afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance. The phone is ringing. It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution? Well, knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted, to be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what I've... What in the world? An explosion? Uh-oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had? Look out! Revenge, huh? That's a feeling I just can't understand. Of course not. You're not him. She's right. I'm not him, am I? He was going to shoot Detective Jowd as Camilla when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible. Anyway, let's bring you back to life. Again. You didn't have to add the again part. So let's see. The cause of death this time was that mysterious explosion. You're pretty up for a dead woman. You know how detectives love a good mystery. It's like a shot of vitamins. What do you mean for a dead woman? Anyway, I guess we should look for a way to stop that explosion. Alright, let's do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective. I'm afraid, with my memory loss, I have no idea what vitamins or minerals are. Alright, can't move yet. Can't reach anything yet. Oh, return shortly, traveler. Hope you don't feel spectacularly. I'm pretty sure I got this in the bag. That's no use. I can't get the line to work. That's funny. Thought I could use the phone in the past if somebody was calling. What are you talking about? The receiver has to be off the hook first, silly. Well, don't look at me. I can't do it. I don't have any hands or feet right now. Somebody please answer the phone. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. There we go. Hey, we somehow managed to knock the receiver down. Somehow managed? Who's to say that's not how I planned it? Come on, hurry! Now's your chance to get to the phone. It might be Detective Jowd. She's right. I better check it out.
Hello? Anybody there? If anybody's still there, get yourself here on the double. We're about to head out. Speak up. Why don't you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming. We're leaving.
We gotta go.
Not really much else we can do back there.
So, must be true what they say, that there are restless ghosts on board. Updated the phone book.
That does it. I promise to turn over a new leaf, Mom.
Who is he calling restless ghosts? Well, it's true neither one of us is really resting in peace. Anyway, it looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. Guess that means the fate of this sub has changed slightly. Sissel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? Whoa! It's Detective Jowd! What's going on there? I saw this little deal go down once before. In just a moment, the man in red is about to get his Temsik fragment taken away. I don't get it. What's happening? They decided to conclude the deal without the other party present. They're just going to go ahead and steal the Temsik fragment. Huh? But that's cheating! I think we have more important things to think about right now. Where's the Temsik fragment going to go? Throw off my... There we go. Woo! We'll go up here, and we'll stop there. Hop on that. Ah, the Temsik fragment. You're mine at last. The objective has been achieved. I had to detach the control room as planned.
Yes, sir. Farewell, sir.
All the little guys stuffed on board. Sissel, what just happened? The whole room just disappeared, with Detective Jowd in it. Don't worry, Lynn. I bet Detective Jowd can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady. I can't believe this is happening. Now then, I'd better hurry along before Sissel discovers what he's lost and comes after me. Then you know it will be his coffin.
may it lie buried here in the deep sea, forever. Farewell, Sissel.
Aha! So that's the cause of that giant explosion. Huh? What is? Don't tell me that's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo! It's like, well, you've heard of a missile before, haven't you? Yeah, sure. But a different missile comes more readily to mind. Our return. Excellent. Hadn't missed too much. We went through the phone receiver and got to the Temzik fragment, and we just watched the commander escape. And we're going to hop on a missile. It looks like he plans to sink the submarine with that thing. This is not good. We have to do something before that torpedo is fired. We can't let it launch. What can we do? Let's just get to the torpedo as fast as we can. Maybe we can find a way to stop it somehow. Somehow. A true detective never gives up. Whoa. Leochi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. We're finishing up Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective. Yeah, True Detective never gives up, yeah. Well, we certainly can't just ignore it. Can't really do anything. Capsule, gotta go over here. There we go. There's no time. It's gonna launch. Don't worry. We can still find a way to stop it. What? How? Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do. I hope. Why was the I hope at the end of that? Why was the I hope at the end the strongest part of that sentence? Okay, here goes. Oh, I missed a lot. Do you have VODs on your stream? I do. I think if you go to my About section, I have a link to my card, which then has a link to my YouTube page. And I have all the VODs of my streams up on there. All the Ghost Trick VODs should be up there. I just haven't organized them into the playlists yet. Because normally I categorize them by the month and then by the game that I played. I just haven't gotten around to organizing it all quite yet. Because I've been a little busy. Alright, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you just have to do a little digging, but they're there. They're definitely there. I came along for the ride without giving it too much thought. But was this really the best move? I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right? I'm sure this poor little rat will thank us too. Don't know how a rat got sealed in a torpedo, but whatever. How in the world did it get in here? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you know how a torpedo works? No, I can't say I do. Wow, detectives sure know a lot. I saw it explained once in a book. Fun fact, in the Japanese version, if you translate the dialogue in that version of the script, she says that she read it in the manga, which I think is kind of funny. On impact, the fuse in the tip is depressed. That, in turn, sets off the detonator. Detonator, huh? That must be that red button. So, how do we stop it? They didn't explain anything about that in the book. Wow, detectives sure know a lot. Or not. This looks like just the thing. If we clamp this thing on the fuse, it should keep it from moving. So what does that mean exactly? It means we might be able to stop the torpedo from exploding with this. I have to admit, I don't understand all the details, but I do want to give it a try. But before we can do that...
Looks like we have to get something out of the way first, huh? I think these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort. The spinning black things, right?
Apparently, their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. They must be pretty heavy.
I wonder if we can use these weights to our advantage somehow. And if we go here and just do that. It lists to one side. And moves the rat. Great! We've dumped the little creature off. Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device. Right. Examine the detonator? This is probably the detonator.
Hey, don't press it! The torpedo will explode!
Oh, better be careful.
But you know, there should be a safety device around here somewhere.
Safety device, huh? That sounds promising. We have to put the safety on before this thing blows up. Which would be this thing. There, we clamped the safety device on.
We did it! That should keep this torpedo from exploding.
But there's just one problem. Problem? What's that?
The torpedo is still going to impact. We can't do anything about that.
Uh-oh.
Well, what was that noise?
Whose footprints are these? Looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine.
But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Sissel, we did it! What's the matter? You still look unhappy.
We stopped the torpedo from blowing up, but we still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine.
You're right, I guess.
I guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable.
Huh? Am I hearing things? Anyway, I guess we better get back to the present as quickly as we can.
Right. I'm worried about Camilla.
We managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. Water is seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. I've got to get them out of here. I'd better go meet up with Lynn. Alright. So gotta find our way through here. Oh, Sissel! I better hurry over to Lynn. It's not safe to stay here. I just don't have the power to stop that water from coming in. The lights went out, but this machine apparently still works. Unfortunately, I guess it won't run for very long. Maybe I can use its movements to help create me a path. Come on. There we go. There we go. Made it.
Lynn. Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla! Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what should we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Sissel should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy is here too. I'm so happy everybody's going to be with me now.
Blop.
Camilla! Miss Camilla!
I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do. I think I'm going to cry.
Or whimper, as the case may be. I'd better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here, before it's too late. Yep, hold on. Okay, I said I'd get you out of here, Camilla. But it's so dark I can barely see. Now what? Out of ideas already, eh? I think she's asking for my help. I should send her a signal.
Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Sissel. He's here.
The little flip. Love that.
I'm glad you're here, Sissel.
Sorry for the wait. Looks like this room is going to fill up with water fast. We'd better get out that door as quick as we can.
We won't be getting out of that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it.
What? What does water pressure mean?
Think of it as the force of the water holding the door closed. The water level keeps getting higher and higher in here.
So the only way out is So the only way out of here. So the only way out of here is up, huh? Exactly. Okay, got it. Let's look for a path that goes up.
Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow.
Good idea. Let's try it.
Oh, and by the way,
Yes?
I can't swim. Neither can Camilla.
Don't you have any good news for me?
Let me think about it. In the meantime, could you hurry, please?
Turn this. Oh, we move that. Can move this. Oh, it's stuck. Okay. Well, there we go.
You did it, Sissel. Thanks. Eek! What was that?
It looks like the water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about.
Huh? Sissel, the flashlight doesn't work anymore.
Hey, don't get mad at me.
Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Hey, I know. You can fix it with your powers.
Okay, now that's just taking things too far.
Oh, hey, great. Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something?
That's a cruel question, considering the circumstances. Now all we have to do
is get to that door, and we're safe. Eek!
Oof.
Ow. What happened now?
It looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. I can't believe we're still okay after that fall. Either we're really lucky, or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet. Come on now, as if the latter could be true. Oh, I love this song. This is another banger. I love this one.
What now? The water sure is rising fast.
Oh, come on. You'll just have to go up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. Have you played this before?
I have.
I played this on the DS earlier this year, I think. How long ago was that? It has to have been like a few months ago. Because there's a YouTube channel I follow, Secret Sleepover Society. They're streamers, you know, it's Jacob Julia, they're part of Drawfee, so on and so forth. They did a playthrough of this game when right after the remaster came out. And for the longest time, I've been wanting to play this because I've heard people talk about it, and I've known about its pedigree, you know, because it was created by the same team that created Ace Attorney, which is a series that I'm very familiar with. I really love the Ace Attorney games. And people were like, oh, Ghost Trick was made by the same devs, and it's really good. And I was like, oh, cool, yeah, I'd love to. And I watched Barry Kramer play it a little bit, but I watched only part of it because I didn't want to get spoiled. And for the longest time, I just didn't play the game. I got a copy of the game, but I never played it because I just couldn't find the time to. And then, I know them watch their playthrough too. Yeah, I love Drawfee and all the crew that, you know, surrounds that group. My favorite YouTubers and streamers and what have you. Anyways, when Jacob and Julia were playing it, I was like, okay, I want to watch this playthrough, but I need to play the game for myself first, so that way I can get my own thoughts on the game for myself before, you know, I get it spoiled. So, and that was for like years. I had been dancing around spoilers, trying to not spoil myself. So then I finally sat down, got out my DS, plugged the game in, played it, loved it to death. Made me tear up. It's great. I love the game so much. So then, you know, I finally played it, and then I watched the other playthroughs, and I was like, okay, I need to play this on stream, because I've been streaming for about a year now, and I was like, this game is like brain rotting me to the core, and I've got to play it because I can't stop thinking about it. So then I double dipped. I bought the remaster. I'm playing it on PS4 right now, and yeah, I've just been playing it on stream. It's been a fun time. I love this game so much. Character designs, the soundtrack, it's all good. It's all good. I love it. Well, I think I see a familiar flame over there.
Sissel, there you are. How's it going?
How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous this situation is, don't you?
Of course. After all, just ask anybody who knows me how much I hate taking a bath.
Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies?
Of course.
Okay, so if I remember right, we gotta move Missile over to here. Then we have to wait for Lynn to pick up the flashlight. Excuse me. Oops. And I'm messing up my button inputs. Haha. I'm so used to having the touchscreen controls, I guess. So now we can get Sissel over to here. And then we can get... Oh, can we do that? Yes, we can. Okay. And then swap that. Jump to this one. We'll swap this here because we want the big fan on the bottom. Alright, cool. Let's switch over to Sissel. Back out. Okay. Yeah. These pistons sticking out right in front of me. It's almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge? It might be just that. Think you can climb them? If I wasn't holding Camilla, I could probably do it easily.
Sissel, you're not telling Miss Lynn to leave poor Miss Camilla behind, are you?
Could you just be quiet for a minute, Missile? Those pistons sure do look like they could be used to our advantage. I just need to remember how I get Sissel up there in the first place. Or do I? Do I need to get him up there? I don't think I do. I can jump to here with... Nope, we don't need to talk right now. We don't need to talk right now. Yeah, because we just do this. There we go. We'll swap those, and then we can get Sissel to operate the machine. I totally remember how this goes. Totally. There. How about that?
Wow, this is great. You made a staircase for me.
You better hurry. I don't think that water is going to wait for you.
Ouch.
Now this steam is getting in the way.
It's too hot to get through.
What? And there's no way to go around either. Think you can do something?
Of course we can.
We have to. Okay. I think now I can get... Is that right? Hold on. Switch. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Good grief. Right. Switch over here. And then I think I can operate... I'm going to operate this now. And then... There we go. There we go. Now I can get... Eh. We can get Sissel up there now. There we go. Ah, perfect. Oh, wait, no, I can just jump to this fire extinguisher. Perfect. Okay, we'll turn this wheel. So by closing this valve, I've shut off the steam flow to the first pipe. Okay, so now I just need to look at this. Okay, that one's... Here comes the water again.
No, I wish I could drink it all up for you.
No, Missile, it's too salty. I think the more relevant point is that he's dead, so he can't drink it.
Whatever. Just do something about this steam. Leave it to me, Miss Lynn.
Thanks, Missile. Yeah, if only this place ran on Epic Game Store instead. Yeah, anyways, we need to switch over to Missile. We'll swap these two.
Look at this. If I swap the pipes...
It changes how the steam comes out, huh? Oh, I get it. Because the cracks in each pipe are different, right? So each pipe sprays out the steam in a different way, eh? I bet that will come in handy. Okay, so, whoops. Nope, not that way. Jump to this one and this one, and then... There, how does that look?
It looks great. All that horrible steam is cleared out of the way.
Okay, it's not far now. Try to move forward.
Ouch.
I didn't know I was going to get it that quickly. I thought I didn't have the right pipes in the right spot. Glad that worked out.
Look up there. If I can just make it to that door, we can escape.
How in the world am I going to get up there? Don't yell at me.
If you want to yell, you can yell at me.
Missile.
How can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it?
I think you just did.
Let's look for something to pull Miss Lynn up with.
Yeah, something to whisk Miss Lynn up and glide her ever so gently to the top with.
Hey, are you being sarcastic?
Move you here, and then I think I can jump from here to here. Missile, could you move, please? Yeah, you can go there. And then Sissel will go here to here to here to here. And now we can get that hook moved because it was stuck on the railing. In my first playthrough, I somehow managed to get Sissel up here before I moved the pipes around, and I got the hook down. So she climbed all the way to the end, just got on the hook, and then went up to the top. It's like the one time I accidentally did something ahead of the curve.
Alright, now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, raise away. Huh. Sorry, I can't do it. Open it, hurry.
Is that any way to ask for something? Sissel, now's not the time.
It's no use. I can't budge it. It might be stuck. Oh no! No! This way. Yeek! What just happened? I can't believe my eyes. Lynn and the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea. But I still want to try and make my way up as far as possible. I still want to head up to find a single ray of light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness.
There we go. Nice. 419 to 510. Got the illustration of the submarine, and we got the final struggle music. Let's go! And the illustration of the leader escaping with his crew. I love that. And we're going to save the game. And real quick, I'm going to take a quick bio break and stretch a little bit, get some water, and I will be right back. We are back. I'm hydrated. And I'm ready to continue. So let's pause my tunes. Welcome back. Thank you. And let's continue playing. Chapter 17, if I remember. Yep, 5:10 a.m. Dawn is fast approaching, though you probably wouldn't be able to tell because you're at the bottom of the ocean. The upended submarine continues to sink, slowly but surely. A long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the little lady found the darkness and the salt water closing in on them, but at the very last second, something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? Eek! I see you managed to survive, Detective. Hey, you're... Excuse my appearance, I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along? Of course. Who else would explain all those unnatural things happening? If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? How come you decided to save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us. I don't really know. Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Sissel, look at you. What happened? I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are. That's right. I came all this way tonight trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Sissel. Sissel? My name isn't Sissel. I bet you'll remember really soon who you are, and who I am too. What? The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth. Or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind, a memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. They got us good. It's all over for this submarine. Its engine room is destroyed, there's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? I thought you had to deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Temsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah. The meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, we'd like to hear more. Another effect the meteorite's radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite? One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death? This is also strange and confusing. I can't take it all in. It makes about as much sense to me as anything else. Yeah, strange and confusing. That just about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment, my very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? These 10 years, I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research, and I think I've got some of it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers, like possessing and manipulating objects.
And in my case, swapping objects.
Exactly. Apparently, there are individual differences in the powers we get, and it seems these powers change as time goes by.
They do.
Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first, I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple.
It is? How then?
In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite. It's radiation.
That's what does it? Dying while being exposed to the radiation?
On that day 10 years ago, a fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart, and I died. So of course, I received special powers.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that how I got my powers too? You know that you might be right. Aren't the Temsic remnants still right there in that park at the bottom of the crater?
You're right. So that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation too. That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death.
What?
My body's vital functions stopped 10 years ago, but my body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I just simply existed, not really alive and not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me. Ever since that incident in the park, my body hasn't aged a day, my hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with a scalpel.
So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow.
Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives.
Our lives?
As part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate.
Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping?
It all went fine. I manipulated the Justice Minister and made him issue the execution order. But I thought he might call off the execution at the last second. So that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped.
But they kidnapped the wrong girl.
Little did I know, they had their own reasons for cooperating with me.
Huh?
Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Temsic. Detective Jowd was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate. Inspector Cabanela and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And, as it turns out, I was one of their targets as well. So they stole my Temsic fragment, and here I am. But they had one more final target. You, Detective.
Me?
If you weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago,
I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage. Oh, okay. But I was just a little kid playing in the park. Yeah, I know. Huh? 10 years later, and you'd become a detective looking into Jowd's case. Tonight, I invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago, so of course you didn't recognize me. I took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off, and the first shot missed the mark. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan, anyway. But they had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. I was supposed to meet up with them after that, but then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. The inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back, no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble. But why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Temsik meteorite. Because you were looking into the Jowd case. They thought you would find out about Temsik sooner or later. And that's pretty much the whole story. The only thing left to do now is wait for water pressure to crush this submarine. Oh no. There are no cores that link from here to the water's surface. I have an idea. We hook up the phone line and... There are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for this submarine to be my coffin. A coffin for the dead. There's no escape. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. You what? This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in a submarine, sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Yeah, this chapter is the one that made me fall in love with the Nymph later. Yeah. The character arc for him is sublime. We're gonna see more of it as we continue on with this, but I love it to death. Lynn? Camilla! Is it true? We're stuck here? What? If my dad was here, I bet he'd save us. Oh, Camilla, I'm so sorry. That's funny. What is it, Sissel? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Temsic fragment and escape, if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question. But I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We have no idea where it was launched to. Wait a minute! Yes, we do! This will tell us where Detective Jowd is. That present from the inspector in white. That's right. Detective Jowd told me to hold on to it for him. And the bullet is still in the person's body in the command room, right? Then we should be able to tell exactly where it is with this. But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there?
We should be able to figure something out between the three of us with our powers. Right, Miss Lynn?
Right. Oh, and wait a minute. What about a torpedo? A torpedo? In any case, it's way too early to give up. Looks like Detective Jowd is our last hope. Come on, let's get started. Alright. I'd better not open this. That water would come gushing in, I bet.
Such a peaceful mood at the moment. No need to throw cold water on it.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to call it peaceful. So his shell is definitely there in the command room, right? Just without the fragment? It's there, yeah, but I don't know about calling it a shell. Detective Jowd's watch will tell us exactly where it is. Right, he said it was a radio receiver, didn't he? There might still be another torpedo on the submarine. If we use it, we can get to Detective Jowd. That's a brilliant plan, Detective.
You think so?
So what are you going to do? Ride on top of the torpedo?
Of course not. You guys are going to go.
Darn, I kind of wanted to see that.
Did you want to see me drown?
So my dad isn't here on the submarine? Don't worry, we're going to go get him right now. Okay. I hope I didn't hurt Lynn's feelings, what I said about my dad saving us if he was here.
Oh, don't worry about that. Comments like that just roll right off Miss Lynn's back. She's really thick-skinned.
Ouch. I'm going to start being tougher too. I wanted to make my dad proud of me.
Miss Camilla.
I'm sure your dad is very proud of you, Camilla. Yeah, let me operate this. Grapes. Yep. Why is this machine shoving grapes at me? Well, this looks like the private cabin of the top officer, doesn't it? This machine is probably for feeding him grapes while he lies in bed.
Oh, that sounds heavenly.
It's not actually good. You shouldn't feed dogs grapes. It's bad for them. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but don't you think that country's use of technology is just a little off? Says the guy who made a deal with said country. Anyway, it looks like the arm of this machine is a bit busted. But that's okay. We just need to get up here. Torpedo room. The torpedo room, huh? There might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out.
Oh, I get it. You're going to use a missile to ram the control room.
Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow Detective Jowd up, but something like that. We'll climb up to the torpedo room, too. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there then.
It looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches.
There are 2 tubes, so there should be 1 more left. I guess the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube.
When it comes to missiles, you can count on me.
I'll enter the coordinates of the command room into the torpedo. And I just turned on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck! The switch, it won't budge. Maybe it's broken? But I don't think the entire device is broken, though. Probably would work just fine if only I could move this switch. I just have to find a way to move it somehow. I can't do it with my powers alone. Where's the...
Oh, whoops, I have to talk to Missile first. I lost my life at a lonely spot on the outskirts of town. I don't know who I am. The man I pursued, thinking he was me, was hit by a meteorite and killed 10 years ago. Do I know that man? Oh, the body disappears. Huh. I never noticed that before. Yeah, now we're trapped inside the sinking submarine with the Ynoa. Now our only hopes are the powers of the dead and Detective Jowd. She and Lynn are waiting to be rescued from the now sinking sub Ynoa. He came along to the sub with me to save his mistress, Lynn and Camilla. Anything? Oh, nope. It's the minor crew hand. A member of the crew of the submarine the Ynoa. Afraid of the restless ghosts he hears are on board, he decides to quit his job. The man I was pursuing, who I was convinced was me, his true identity is the Manipulator, a spirit. The other party in his deal stole his meteorite fragment. He controlled Camilla as part of his revenge plot, but then saved Lynn at the last minute. I don't think there's anything here for the locations. No. Okay, I gotta talk to Missile.
What will happen to these two ladies?
I think that's up to us and our powers.
What?
This is no time to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength, Missile?
Me? Of course I will. Count on it.
There we go. Now I can do that. There we go. Then we can switch. There we go. Oops. There we go. Nice. The profile updates every chapter, by the way. Yeah. That I knew, and I check them. I checked them periodically. I just didn't know that. Not Sissel. His body disappeared in the image. I just didn't know that. I thought they stayed static throughout the entire game until certain events, played out. There we go. The torpedo looks serviceable. All set on this end, too. But something's odd. What is? The command room. It looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Right. Okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks. I've already set the torpedo's course. It'll head toward the command room where Detective Jowd is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And then we'll find a way to come back and save you. That'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Okay, come on, Missile. Missile?
I'm sorry. I can't go.
What?
I just can't. How could I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla behind. I can't do it.
Missile.
I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You'll have to do the rest, Sissel.
I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. I want you to go, Missile.
What? But Miss Lynn.
You staying here won't change our fate. But if you go with Sissel, you might be able to make something happen. And that's our only hope.
But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never, ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Missile. Miss Camilla? I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. We'll see each other then. Don't worry. Miss Camilla!
That's a good boy, Missile. Now, are you ready? Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw the switch. We're ready.
Sissel? Yes? We never found out who you really were. But that doesn't matter now. All I know is, I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything.
And I'm glad I met you, Detective.
And we're going to see each other again, right, Sissy? Right, Missile?
That's right. We promise, little lady.
Of course we will!
I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes then.
Good luck, friend.
These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. But how can a ray of light, of hope, reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up. Jowd's not looking too good.
Detective Jowd! I bet that big masked man did this. I'm going to bite him.
You'd better not. You might break your teeth. The command room has lost power and is sinking. So I wonder what this masked man is going to do.
Let's talk to Detective Jowd. Detective Jowd is lying on the floor.
I'm glad you came along, Missile.
Huh?
After all, you and I are the only ones who can bring Detective Jowd back to life.
That's right. Let's save him, together.
Sorry for the wait, Detective Jowd. Who are you? Are you Sissel? Please excuse my appearance. I can't believe you made it here. How is Camilla? And what about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Jowd about everything that happened on the submarine Yanoa. So the submarine was badly damaged? Why would he do that to his own submarine? I wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. You? You followed us? I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Jowd. Are you Yomiel? So you remember me, do you? How could I possibly forget? So that's your real name, huh? Yomiel? That's right. But those people on the Yanoa were calling you Sissel. That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we could still tell you. Right, Detective Jowd? Right. 10 years ago, you were a top systems engineer, weren't you?
Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know.
Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who's good at using computers. I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining that project.
Project? What project?
It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multidimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government.
It doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about.
To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. I bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secrets might attract. I never thought for the life of me I'd ever have to deal with spies. It was never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one. And then, one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect. I was the guy who built the core of the system. The police arrested you, and then that incident happened.
Yeah, hold on. I got tears in my eyes from the missile scene. Now my nose is all plugged up.
Oh, good grief.
Oh.
He escaped from the interrogation room and took little Lynn as hostage. By the way, Detective Jowd, when was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomiel. 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body. I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. But nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers? They didn't help anybody. Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse. I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it is exactly right. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. An overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. And I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. So that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them, but what would you get out of the deal? A new life. Life. I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they help me with my revenge plot, and the second was a rebirth for me. Rebirth? A new beginning, eh? I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul, a name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally, I wanted to die, surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for. A completely man-made life. That's right. I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask a national government to help me. And their response, in the end, was betrayal. They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Temsik was all about. And you had no idea they were doing all this? None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Temsik meteorite from the park? They couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. By Inspector Cabanella and that old pigeon guy, eh? At first, the government didn't believe the report. But then, they decided to put the park under surveillance, just in case. Surveillance, huh? It just looks like an ordinary peaceful park, but there are armed agents there at all times.
Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. The ultimate cover.
No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Temsic meteorite. And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure the Temsic meteorite. So that's it, eh? So the upshot of your grand deal was this, eh? Yeah, it's the ending I deserve. But at least there's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You've managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea, forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bringing Detective Jowd back to life, of course. What? What good will that do now?
But we promised! We promised Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla we'd save them.
And we can't do that without you, Detective Jowd. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. Alright, fine. Let's see where it leads us. Here we go then, back to 4 minutes before your death. It's rewind time.
Submarine, control room, 4 minutes before death.
So, where are we headed? What are you wearing? We are not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There is only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. We will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you trapped here too! By the way, I am not human, Detective. I am a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. We get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all the trouble to do this? That's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There is no need for you to know, Detective. Now it is time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Camilla, forgive me. It isn't over yet.
It isn't?
Remember what that big masked man said?
Any possibility, no matter how small.
Possibility.
In other words, there must be a chance here somewhere. The possibility of turning this situation around.
Huh?
What is it, Detective?
Look at Yomiel's shell.
There's an aura emanating from his body.
Oh, there isn't. Sorry. Of course there isn't. The Temsic fragment is gone.
Could this change in his shell give us some kind of lead?
I figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they're afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped, thanks to the power of Temsik. His body cycled between the moments that separated his life and death. Right, but not anymore. The Temsik fragment has been taken away. Exactly. So what does that mean? I get it. Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Temsik fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So, let's see, that means we can go back? Back to 4 minutes before your death?
But wait a minute. Exactly when is that death?
That's simple. We'll find out. When we get there, let's move! We're going back. All the way back. I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever, and then I saw it. The final death, at the end of this long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now. $510 to $542. Yes, and we got the 4 minutes before death variation. Yes, that's another one of my favorites. And the missile illustration. Oh, and you get the character art for Junk Yomiel. I love that. Save your current place time? Yes. Yeah, let's do this. We're going to finish this game right now. Since we're so close. Final chapter. When was Yomiel's death? It was 10 years ago, when the Temsik meteorite fell. We traveled back through time, and now we're here at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself. 4 minutes before death, Temsik Park, 5:26 p.m. Aw, little baby Lynn. Look at her. Isn't that cute? It's ready! Hold it! Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me? Eek! Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. Kitten. Huh? Oh, kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. You're about to change history. Hell yeah. We're about to avert fate in a major way. Are you okay? You're alright now. Are you hurt?
You saved me, mister?
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Temsik meteorite, eh? It's beautiful, looking at it from this angle. It changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Temsik from falling from the sky, but we might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Jowd? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If that meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. We might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What I did was inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, the fact will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future.
Okay, let's get started.
Now, how are we gonna save you? If Lynn would just wander off somewhere, that would solve everything. When her sweet potato is almost ready? She's not gonna budge from that spot. But you know, it does make me wonder. A little girl all alone in the park, listening to music and roasting a sweet potato? What kind of childhood did this girl have?
Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life like that? Give her a break.
Anyway, if Lynn won't budge from this spot, then we'll just have to have the fragment move instead. I wonder if that's like a ubiquitous thing in Japan. Is just roasting sweet potatoes just in a pile of leaves. Oh wait, was there a thought? No. Okay. So we're just gonna stay back.
What are you doing? You're going to hurt poor Miss Lynn's ears.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You really startled her. You even made her drop her sweet potato. I know how much this girl loves her food, too. Anyway, at least her fate was changed, albeit ever so slightly. What in the world is this thing? Oh boy, you even forgot what a sweet potato is? It's a roasted root vegetable. It's good. There's nothing like them on a cold winter's day.
They're sweet and they smell delicious.
These guys sure are making me want to try one. They are delicious. Sweet potatoes are great. I love sweet potatoes. Let's see. 'Cause I can't remember what exactly. Is it this? Yeah, because it was this. And then do that. And then you do this.
Oh, look at that sweet potato. That big scary sweet potato.
That's not a sweet potato, Missile. That's Mino.
Oh, right, of course. But look at them, the potato and Mino. Right now they both have the same shape.
So you're saying you could swap them, huh? Good idea, Missile.
Okay, here I go. And I'm going to need your help.
My help? Okay, because then you jump in there. Oops. And then you go over here and then do this. Because I don't think you swap. You don't swap the sweet potato for the statue, I don't think. You do something else with it. Hang on, let me just do this, and then switch to Missile. Because it gives you these three things, all of similar shape, and then you switch the three of them. Because I think is it this? And then this? Because it's this. Yeah, because you want... Yeah. Yeah, because you want the statue on top of the lamppost, and you want the bulb, or not the bulb, the glass case around the bulb in the fountain, and then the sweet potato just bounces away. Oh, look! The lamppost is bending.
But it hasn't broken yet.
It really is a wonder it hasn't snapped. It just might hold out for a little while longer.
If I recall, the Temsik fragment smashed through the glass lantern on its way down.
But if Mino sits firmly in its way,
then fate should change.
okay, yeah, because then you can't swap it. And Sissel can't go anywhere else, so I think you just let time run it. Oops. Nope, we don't want to rewind it yet.
It's about time for that meteorite to come down.
Don't worry, Missile. I think we're ready for it. Look what's right in the fragment's path.
Oh, okay. The giant sweet potato. If anything can get in the way, that ugly monster can.
Ouch. Anyway, now the fragment's path ought to change.
There. How's that? Look, the fragment's course. It changed a little.
Now Yomiel's fate should really change. Wait a minute. Take another look at the fragment's trajectory. Now that it's changed, what's in its path? In its path? No! Oh! Oh, my Temsik fragments! Detective Jowd! The Temsik fragment shot through his leg. Oh, okay, phew. It missed the important part. Thank God. What?
But the cruel twists of fate weren't over yet.
Here. Come on. Put it down. Huh? Jowd, put the gun down now. If you don't, you're going to shoot him. I don't know if his detective training or what, but even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down! No! I knew it. This is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands.
I won't let that happen!
Missile! The bullet is stopped in midair.
I'm here, inside the bullet. Now let's swap it with something.
What? With what?
Detective Jowd, the meteorite fragment is what made you pull the trigger. We won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. And to do that, we have to stop this bullet. There must be something with the same shape as the bullet around here.
Well, we looked at it a little earlier. Oh. Oh, no. We stopped the bullet. But we still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed. But I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead. I'm just unconscious. Okay, so your fate of death has changed, but still, this fate is just too painful to watch, in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we were overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning. Look out! Wake up! You gotta get out of there! Damn it! My leg won't work!
It's all over! We're out of time! Miss Lynn!
It's not over yet.
But there isn't anything else to swap with.
Why don't we just let it play out, and then we could try to find another way next time? Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse, and then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that. Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased, but her memory of it would remain, like a scar on her psyche. I won't let that happen, not if I can help it.
But what can we do now? Even if we work together?
I think there might be something that can be done.
What is it? What can Sissel and I do?
Don't forget, I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death.
Yomiel!
Sissel, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this.
Uh-huh. I don't get it.
Just trust me. Let's go!
All right. I'll try to move there.
Now, gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I'm dead, though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all! And remember, you'll only have a split second. Okay, do it now!
Got it!
Now it's your turn, Missile.
What? Me? But what can I do?
I think you know the answer to that.
Okay, got it.
You can swap them!
That hunk of concrete will go back to its original position. But even if I swap them, it'll still be right above Miss Lynn.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll swap them. It's no use. We can't stop that horrible Mino.
What can we do now? I don't see how gaining a second or 2 helped. Oh, it's helped all right. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn.
Your turn.
You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures.
Wait a minute. You mean...
That's right. I'm going to save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Yeet! Ye gods. Ah, you're awake.
Hey, mister. Is your knee okay?
Huh? Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. I'm lucky it wasn't a fatal hit. But the main thing is that you're not hurt.
You saved me, mister?
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could.
But... What's that?
This is a detective's badge. We give them to children who've been very brave.
A detective's badge? Thanks!
Okay, you know what to do, little detective. Are you alive? Yeah, sadly. Hang on, help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It was as if somebody else was controlling me. I see. But you know, I'm glad it happened.
Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there.
Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray.
It's kind of limp. Is it okay?
I don't know. It looks I think it's unconscious. It's funny. It doesn't look like it's injured or anything.
Poor little kitty.
How about I take it to my place and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, it looks like his fate just changed in a big way.
Whose fate?
That kitten's, of course. Sissel's.
Sissel?
The name Sissel echoes in my head. That's my real name. These long, lonely 10 years, you are my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Old friend? I think I finally remember. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in the world. Hold it.
Yeek!
Somebody, please look at me. Huh? Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Somebody, please reach a hand out to me. I had just only died at the time. I had lost everything. My life, my memory. My body wouldn't move anymore, but I still managed to reach out a hand to him. The next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to that black kitten, with no recollection of who I was. I lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat, and then the man got his body back. I took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to go see, just one more time. I took control of my body and hurried to her house. But I was just a little too late. I had just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yomiel." The man named me Sissel. It was the name of something important he had lost, along with his life. His fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Those 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man, and there was nothing I could do for him. For 10 years, I wandered through the darkness, with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects. But then, after a while, I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened, and I started to get a little twisted. I wanted light. Distorted, artificial light. when I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light. Or at least, that's what I tried to believe. I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. The Black Cat. I was possessing Sissel then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. Sissel was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. What was that? Sissel, there inside the bag, was dead. What? I wasn't able to control her completely. The first bullet didn't hit anything. Or so I thought. But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Sissel inside that bag. Yes, that's when I lost my life. Right there in the presence of Temsic radiation. And that's when I got my powers of the dead, my ghost tricks. I think I understand it now, why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It was because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. But as it turns out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight. If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences and the powers we get? I could control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there are some things that you can do that I can't. You mean I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death? If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. That's what gets me. That's the one that gets me. That's the line. Not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancé stay dead like that.
But you're here 10 years in the past now.
That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. In any case, now the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. The fate of your death, the kitten Sissel's fate, and I can bet you the fate of the woman you love has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So, this was the last fate to be averted, eh? So, Yomiel, it looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, I'm glad too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. Well, I guess it's time we go back. A new 10 years later was just born. Right. We should get back to our new present.
I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla again.
So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain, including the memory of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of the dead works, eh? And no matter what the reason, there's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life. Hey, Sissel.
Yes?
When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It will be like we never met. So before that happens, I just wanted to say one thing. Tonight, I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry. That's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomiel? Thank you, Sissel. I'm so very glad I met you. Me too, Yomiel.
Sissel? Are we ever going to see each other again? I couldn't stand it if we weren't.
Don't worry, Missile. I bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We'll just have to wait until then.
Sissel, I'll never forget you.
I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, it looks like you come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Jowd. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning. I'm gonna start crying again. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going back to our own new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would all cross again. Wait! Before you go back to our new present, I wanted to thank you. Before I cease to exist.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you have forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I'd hoped. I am really grateful to you, Sissel. Thank you. But don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know. Who exactly are you? Fair enough. I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. You changed the fates of many people tonight. The first of which was hers. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot in the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. The story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left. And in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw toward his mistress, and that's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead! But how? He didn't really understand it himself. Not yet, anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Hey, wait a minute. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the men, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in the red in the deep, deep sea. And then he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? He decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story of this night. A story that has taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh? That's right. I'm Missile. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own, so you decided to wait those 10 years out. Exactly. And then at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time, I had grown old, and my powers were weak, so I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Somebody who possessed different powers than me.
But wait a second. You were able to manipulate that desk lamp.
Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened, but I became able to manipulate small objects.
But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself?
Because I couldn't.
Huh?
From watching The Man in Red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do, like travel through the telephone lines, for example.
What?
It may not seem like much, but it's a very important power, especially if you're trying to chase somebody.
But there's something I don't understand. If you knew from the very beginning that I had that power, how did you know so much about me?
Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before, on that night the first time around.
We what? We met before?
From listening to the conversation of the two intruders to the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at that junkyard on the edge of town. I followed the ghost world paths to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp. It made my fur stand on end, I can tell you.
That was me? So I was shot on that night this first time around as well.
You had lost your memory that time too. You had just died and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me.
I did what?
I just want to find my own memory, my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. And then you disappeared. Away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that this time, I would use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage.
Mutual advantage?
The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. And namely, the right path would be the path to the Man in Red, to Yomiel.
What?
I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction, and then I gave you a time limit.
A time limit?
That's right. As you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. And the Man in Red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have been all over.
Then you mean that thing about ceasing to exist?
Oh, that? Completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. But I just wanted you to use your time wisely.
Oh boy. Hate to admit it, but this little doggy really outsmarted me in every way.
Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. And now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I.
Missile.
I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. And so you did. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart.
Missile. Sorry you waited and waited these 10 long years. All for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla, eh?
Of course. Because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Sissel.
And so the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody but us knew what had really happened in this town tonight. I made my way back to a new present. Huh? How come it's so dark? I'll just turn on the lights here. Were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee! It worked! But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made this surprise for her, but it came out so well I wanted to use it again.
That's all right, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right?
Really? Oh, thank you, Detective Jowd. Dad, you're home!
Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today.
Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. Lynn, congratulations on becoming a detective. Huh?
Is something wrong?
You have one of those badges, too? Oh, this? Yeah. I have one just like it. My dad just gave it to me the other day. But yours looks a lot older than mine, though.
How long are you going to keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn?
What's wrong with it? To me, this is the symbol of a real detective.
It's been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become a detective one day?
When you gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow.
Destiny, eh?
And now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me.
That you will. That you will.
Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're that same little kitten.
That's right, the very one.
You know what? This is a very special cat. He's 10 years old, and he's still a kitten.
Still a kitten?
Yep, he never got any bigger or anything.
Wow, what a mysterious little fellow.
I know, right? His name is Sissel.
Sissel?
It seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think Sissel likes you, Lynn. Alright, everyone, let's start the celebration.
And the mom's alive. And this, when I first played the game, I broke down immediately when she walked on screen. Because I had assumed, as I was playing the game, that she was still going to be dead. Because it's like, oh, some unforeseen circumstance, she's dead. But no, literally, she's still alive. And I lost it. I just started bawling. It's like, we've got the happy ending, guys. We did it.
Okay, Mom.
I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too.
And so we meet again, Sissel.
From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world, and I learned something. Their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected. Somewhere, somehow, in some way. And now, this is my new fate. I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives as they unfold. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while. Happy birthday to our lovely Lynn.
Like I said, it isn't my birthday. Hey, Missile, thought I asked you to stay home and guard the fort.
Well, birthdays are for celebrating together with friends and loved ones. Nothing like it, baby. I love this game. It's so good. I don't even remember what voice I settled on for these two. 3, whatever. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? But definitely not good. Maybe now I can be a great detective, just like Inspector Cavanella. What kind of example is the inspector providing for his men? I love this game. And I'm so glad I got to play it again on stream and share it with everybody. This game's so good.
Here's your food, gentlemen.
Memory, what are you doing here?
I heard you were going to be picking new members for the Special Investigation Unit today.
So you took on a part-time job here again, just so you could eavesdrop?
Oh, you have no idea the lengths I'd go to reach my goals.
Yeah, it bugged it. And I love this version of the main theme is so good. Could never cooked this way before. So exotic. Turmeric, coriander, cumin, and fenugreek. Curried chicken paradise.
Is this really necessary? This new curried chicken menu item.
Oh, but for our very best customer requested it. Now good luck with the taste testing. Oh boy, I don't think I could eat another bite.
Just who exactly is this very best customer anyway?
Yeah, there he is. Sausage noodle head himself. Are you sure we really need all these explosives? Not to worry, Beatty, my dear. I followed the instructions exactly. 20 kilograms of gunpowder, just like it said.
Wait a minute, 20 kilograms? I thought it was 20 grams.
And then they died.
So this is where you work, huh, Papa?
That's right, sweetheart.
Darling husband, don't you have any ideas at all you could give me? You must have heard some juicy stories. The indiscretions of a minister, perhaps?
Now, must you talk that way in front of our darling angel? Here's to the stodgy mind of my darling husband. Dink, right off his forehead.
This deal is going quite well. Oh, I must say, these grapes are quite good, my man.
Though Yanoa is about to scrape the bottom. Be forewarned.
Egad! Keep it together, man. Are you trying to give me a case of the vapors? I believe I nearly died of fright just now. Love, peace, and pigeons. Long live rock and roll!
Stop the park from charging admission. Protect the rights of those who live here.
Hey, Bailey's still dancing.
Today's the day, you know. He's finally getting out. You know, everybody's starting to get real tired of seeing you do that.
Then let me show you a new dance that's been passed down in our family for generations. We do this when we have a stomach ache. We call it Dance the Pain Away.
Well, I'm real interested in that one. Think you could show it to me, say, next week?
You got it.
And there he is. Now Yomiel's the one doing the painting. 10 long years, Yomiel. Your time's up today. The young lady who always comes to visit you is waiting outside. Thank you, Sissel.
Yeah, there they are.
Alright. Now we get just the credits for the remaster.
Oy. Oh, Hachi Machi went for 6 hours. Yeah, that's usually...
It's usually a bit longer than I usually go. But it was worth it in the end. Alright. Funworks. Dynacomware. Cool. Alright. But yeah, it was well worth to finish this game. Because I had three separate playthroughs going on at once. was this Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga and Pokemon. And needless to say, it kind of burned me out a little bit. So I'm kind of glad we got this knocked out, and we had Mario and Luigi knocked out a little while ago. So we're just down to Pokemon now. And then once we finish Pokemon, it'll be to art time. It'll be pretty much focused on doing art streams for a good long while. Fate averted. And we got the Sizzle Kitty background. And we got the reincarnation song. And that's it. That pretty much marks the end of this playthrough. I still have a number of challenges to go through. Oh, so it was avert. Yeah, so you had to do it without failing. Okay. I'll probably go through and clean these up on my own time. Because I'd love to get the platinum for this game. It deserves it. Alright. So that pretty much takes care of that. I'm gonna wrap it up here, and then I gotta get myself some grub. I'm hungry. So, let's see who's on now. Somebody else is finishing up Ghost Trick too. Fun. Oh, we'll go and check in with Beyond. Friend of the show, friend of the pod. Okay, she's doing a thing. Oh, look, she's doing a sketchbook thing. Oh, she's looking at old. Yeah, I'm just gonna go pop in. She's looking at old sketchbook drawings. Yeah, I recognize some of these. We used to interact on DeviantArt a long time ago in the Sonic community. Yeah, let's pop over and say hi to her. I need to get through my outro first. Silly of me. Thank you so much for joining me and for all the follows. And hey, if you're watching the VOD, thanks for watching all the way to the end. I appreciate you. Tomorrow, we will be streaming on Saturday. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming Pokemon tomorrow or if I'll do drawing tomorrow. And we'll save Pokemon for the weekend after that. And get it finished for that. That will be around the same time. I usually start at 12 noon PST. That's the time zone I set most of my times for. So usually I start around noon. At noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., about around there. I usually start in the afternoon. That's about when I roll out of bed usually. So yeah, if you want to stop in, pop by. That's the start time. We'll be doing Pokemon or drawing. So thank you for watching. I hope you have a great start to your weekend and a fantastic rest of your week. If I don't see you tomorrow. And hey, hopefully I'll see you somewhere out in the multiverse. Take care. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Now I can start the raid.